Alohu. Dashada Helu, Balea Botenu, Abiabias Kababiako, Atakwados, Wishmekapados, Ganushmeka Mae. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord and to sing praises unto thy name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night. Upon the instrument of 10 strings, and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with the solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy works. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works and thy thoughts of every deed. A foolish man knoweth not, neither does a fool understand this. When the wicked springeth the grass, and when all workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo thy enemies, O Lord, for lo thy enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shall I exalt like the horn of a wild ox. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire of my enemies, and my ears shall hear the desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall flow like the cedar of Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in no age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. First of all, I'd like to give all honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, and revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High's work is perfect, for all his ways of justice, the God of faithfulness, and without iniquity, just and right to see. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chief prince, brothers and sisters. I say unto you the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
It says, understanding is to depart from evil.
That's what it means.
That's what it means. Understanding is to depart from evil. But in order to have understanding of God, in order to depart from evil, you have to have a conscience. You have to have a conscience, because if you don't have a conscience, you're not going to develop or have feelings to make amends for the wrong that you did. For the wrong that you did to each other, for the wrong that you did and the offense that you did to God. Those are the two. We have offended God. We offend God, we offend each other, and we don't see our fault when we offend, because we don't make any changes. We have not made our mind up to serve God. And when you make your mind up to serve God, now you start to develop a feeling of understanding to depart from the things that you are doing that you are wrong. So basically, we have to make changes with ourselves. We cannot continue to live on in this life remaining the same way. If we had that mentality to get better with God. You see what the Creator told Cain? God did not accept Cain's offering. But before God did not accept Cain's offering, he didn't accept Cain. And because he didn't accept Cain, he said, I ain't accepting your offering. Then later on, when you read, God told Cain, he said, if you do good, he said, if you do good, I will exalt you. I will accept you. I will regard you. And when you're being regarded by God, you're being considered. You got God's attention towards you. The only way to be good with God is to follow the curriculum and the standards that God has set, not adding on and taking away. And then we have people that add on and take away, and they come up with a reason why they do it. You don't know what comes in my mind when I hear people say things and talk like that to justify their wrongdoing against God. To justify their wrongdoing against God and come up with a reason of why they can't or why this has to be done. When God already gave us a strict law and strict commandments and told us, thou shalt not. Thou shalt not. Don't put yourself in a situation to where it's damn near impossible to get this law off. Because you put yourself in that situation. And now you want to come to me and tell me about a reason why I do this or why I do the other. God don't want to hear reasons. God don't want to hear why. He said, if you don't do this, if you profane my Sabbath day, and he gave us rules and regulations of what to do and what not to do on the Sabbath day. Gave us rules and regulations, man. And then we go against the rules and regulations and then I give you an opinion and a reason of why I'm doing it. And guess what? You got to accept it. Guess what? The same sucker talking like that want God to accept it. I can't accept that because I know what the book says. I know what I read. I know what I read. It's plain and simple. He said, what my father used to say, he said so plain, he said, a man with wooden eyeglasses could see it. A man with wooden, you know you can't see through wooden eyeglasses. He said, but once that blind man with wooden eyeglasses look at this law or hear this law, he'll understand it and he'll see it. He'll perceive and see that it is the just thing to do. We can't serve God with a heathenistic mentality. Because when we have this heathenistic mentality, we're going to look at the laws of God differently. We're going to look at the law to what? To according to your mind. You're going to look at and read the law according to your mind, your heathenistic mind. And if it doesn't correlate with your mind, it's wrong. If the book doesn't correlate with your mind, the book is wrong. You should be afraid to voice negative opinions against God. Well, I don't agree with this. I don't like this. I don't agree with this. I don't think God meant. It means what it says. It means what it says. Understanding means to depart from evil. But in order to depart from evil, I got to realize and recognize that what I'm doing is evil in the eyes of God. You got to realize and recognize that what you're doing is evil in the eyes of God. Relinquishing your emotions. Relinquishing your emotions. Because it's wrong by God, but my emotions won't allow me to accept it. It's wrong by God. But you feel justified in what you're doing. You can't serve God, man. People like that can't serve God. People like that can't live in these laws, commandments, and statutes. Can't, man. Can't. This is a heavy psalm here, man. This is a heavy psalm. And it's a lot of keys in this psalm. A lot of keys. My first chapter is going to be Leviticus chapter 19. Right? It says it is a good thing to give thanks unto God. Even when things is going wrong, you give thanks to God. Even when things is going wrong, you give thanks to God because it could be worse. It could be worse. Going through certain situations in life, and now you think the hand of God is on you. There's trials and tribulations and good and bad happen to us all. Sometimes it goes good, and then another time, well, let me turn the tables now. It ain't going so good. Now God wants to see what you're going to do when things is going bad. Are you going to fold? Are you going to keep your trust in God? Are you going to keep pushing for God? Are you going to get discouraged, disappointed, discouraged? Because majority of the people get discouraged from serving God. And they start to turn away from God because they expect everything to run smooth. They expect everything to go good with them. But guess what? You have been off and on with God. So everything ain't going to run smooth with you.
I'll be on when I'm ready. I'll never get ready.
Brother said, I do it when I'm ready.
When I'm ready.
That's putting God on the back pedal.
That's right. You ain't going to never get ready.
And when you say things like that, God going to make sure you never ready. God going to make sure you never ready. Certain things you can't voice. Because now, Most I said, don't make no tarrying. Don't tarry long. Don't tarry long. Which means what? When you're tarrying long, you're taking your time.
Facts.
You're taking your time with God. And you're putting other things before God. That's not good. He says, a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord and to sing praises unto thy name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night. There was a certain time where Minka, where the offering went up. In the morning, not when you decide to get up. Not when you get up at 9:30, 10 o'clock. Offerings goes up early, man. Crack of dawn. And the evening offering goes up. Right? Let's go to Leviticus chapter 19. Let's go into Leviticus chapter 19. You got it?
And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say unto them, Ye shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy.
He said, Ye shall be holy. That's a straight command. I said, that's a straight command. Which means what? People say, oh, you can't be holy here. You can't be holy in this place. No, you can't be holy here. I could be holy. Holy, and that's the reason why God gave us these holy laws to differentiate us and separate us and make a distinguish between you and them, which means you're separate, you're different. And when we don't get into that word, holy means to be set apart for God. So if I'm set apart for God, when I go unclean, I go wash. When I'm set apart for God, when certain uncleannesses, I gotta wash my clothes. When I'm set apart, it takes a certain mindset to be set apart for God. It takes a certain mindset to be set apart for God, right? Characterized by perfection and transcendence. What is now set apart means what? Hold different opinions. It even goes according to your thinking pattern. Because the way you think, you're going to start making opinions according to the way you think. According to the way you think. Right? Hold different opinions, thinking, and thoughts. Certain thoughts and certain thinking, certain thoughts that ain't going to come to your mind when you're wholly separated to serve God. Because guess what? You will notice it. When these thoughts come to mind, it doesn't correlate with what you read. So it's your job to rule your spirit and eject and get rid of those thoughts. that is against what God says. Not handling the situation according to emotions. Able to recognize your faults and say, I was wrong. I offended you. I shouldn't have done this to you. That also takes a made up, that's the word. That also takes a made up mind. Because when you have a made up mind, you're covering 360. You think you putting on a frontlet, that means your mind made up to serve God?
No.
You think you putting on a garment means your mind is made up to serve God?
No.
You think your diet means your mind made up to serve God? You didn't even scratch the surface, Paulie used to say.
All you doing is deceit.
Paulie used to say, you didn't even scratch the surface. You know what he said? He said, you ain't doing nothing.
Nothing. The way you speak.
Nothing.
The way you speak before God.
You know why? Because 99% of doing these laws, commandments, and statutes begins in the heart.
Inside.
Inside. What God said. He said, I look at what you can't see. He said, I try the reins in the heart of man. That's what God tries. Our forefathers wore frontlets and bracelets and garments, but their ways stunk before God. That's why God continued to tell them. He said, amend your ways, O house of Israel. He said, change your ways, man. Change your ways. Yeah. The only way to change your ways is to read this book. This is the only way to change your ways. The book will show you how to change your ways. That's why it's very important to read. And that's why you'll have a reaction from one, and a different reaction from another one.
That's right.
Let's read. No, hold up. Set apart means to separate. Right? When you're separated, we don't walk and go in this. We go in different directions. My path is different from your path. And when we have two different paths, we're going to clash. There's going to be a clash. You know why? Because we're not moving on one accord. We're not the same. You moving one way, and I'm looking at you like, man, that way you're moving ain't right. And then when you tell a person that the way that the person is moving in that direction is not right, they get angry at you. To go in a different direction, to make a distinction between holy and righteousness. Holy, righteousness, profane, and wickedness. You gotta make a difference and put a difference between those things, man. Time sheet.
Ye shall fear every man his mother and his father, and keep my Sabbaths. I am the Lord your God.
Okay. Now, holy also means to be perfect. Strive for perfection with God. Right? Now, perfection with God, which means you're doing these laws in perfection, without fault. Without fault, without sliding. Right? Without doing it one day and then tomorrow I ain't doing it. That's not perfection with God.
Doing it the way God said.
Which means we cannot sin against God presumptuously. Knowing for something to be wrong, and you still do it. Right? Now, right? Free from fault or defect. Satisfying all requirements. You know what that means when you satisfy all requirements? You cover every aspect. 360. You serve God wholly and complete. Wholly and complete. And this is why Joshua and Caleb was accepted. He said, because these two guys followed me wholly. They considered and did and covered everything. everything. And that's supposed to be our goal in life. Make sure that 360 is covered. 360 got to be covered. Right? Now, what is fault? Fault is when you violate it and accept the standard. The accepted standard is set up by God. Transcendence means to exceeding usual limits. Surpassing. Surpassing means to become better. To become better. That's right. Let's read. Now read that. You shall fear every man, his mother and his father.
And keep my Sabbath.
And keep my Sabbaths.
I am the Lord your God.
I am the Lord your God. Fear. You know what fear means? Fear means to be afraid of. Right? And why do we need to have this emotion? Because fear is an emotion. But God tells us where to channel and direct this emotion. He said, fear your mother and your father. Be afraid of them. Not afraid of them to where you're running you're running from them. And no, be afraid to offend them. Be afraid to insult them.
Many ways.
Real easy.
What you said, brother?
There's many ways you can offend.
And there's many ways you can offend your parents. Oh, I ain't dishonoring them. Yeah, but there's many ways you can offend them. Okay? And guess what? If I'm not afraid, then I won't make the right decisions. What keeps me from moving this way or acting this way? Because in your mind, in your holy and righteous mind, in your conscience, who's in mind? Your parents. So I'm telling myself that if I move in this manner, or if I do this, or if I move this way, or if I say this, I may offend my mother.
Yeah. Man.
I may offend my father.
Man, you can't mess with me.
I may offend my mother. I may offend my father. So therefore, that holds you back.
Clown.
That holds you back from moving in a manner that is not accepted by your parents.
Clown. Talk about it.
I didn't even go to God yet. I'm still in the parent zone.
Clowns.
Okay? Okay? I will be aware of offending my parents.
Yeah.
So now, if I'm aware of offending my parents, I'm conscious about what I say.
That's right.
And I'm conscious about my actions. Two things.
Yeah.
Now what? Before a person fear God, now we said fear your parents, your mother and your father. He said, and fear God. Because without the fear of God, I will lie. Without the fear of God, I will sin and transgress and offend the Creator. And how do you offend the Creator? By going against His laws, commandments, and statutes. By going against the ways of God. By going against the ways of God. I'm not even in law. I'm not even talking about law, because the laws of God and His ways is two different things. So now we got to learn the ways of God. How God wants you to be. People say, oh, behavior ain't got nothing to do with it. Yes, it is. Behavior got a lot to do with it. That's one of the ways of God.
Majority.
The ways of God shows us how to behave and act. There's a behavior that comes with serving God.
Right.
Before a person fear God, you're going to fear what people think about you when you start serving God. That's where it starts. I don't move this way or wear this or do this because I'm wondering how you look at me or how you feel, because this is not my natural habitat. This is not my natural lifestyle. It's strange to me right now. It's strange to me right now because it's new. So therefore, I don't voice it. And I don't tell my parents about my lifestyle and how I live because I'm worried about how they think about you. Right. Right? And that caused people not to make changes with themselves because I'm worried about what people think.
Get yourself right with God.
Let's go.
Turn ye not unto idols.
He said, ye shall fear every man his mother and his father, and keep my Sabbaths. And keep my Sabbaths. The only way to profane the Sabbath day of God is in the book. It's in the book. The book shows you and tells you what to do and what not to do on God's day. On God's day. We want to add on and take away to soothe yourselves and soothe ourselves, but it doesn't correlate and go with what we read here in the book. There's a word that's called hekinu. Hekinu, that word pops up in Exodus 16, if I'm not mistaken, when the manna dropped. And it says to prepare that which you're going to prepare today. Hekinu means to prepare and to arrange, to set up. The chairs that we use on Shabbat must be set up before Shabbat. The food must be prepared before Shabbat. Any preparation I can't prepare on Shabbat. I can't go outside and start sweeping the streets, talking about in front of the place of worship is dirty and filthy. No, can't do that. Can't do that. Let's go. Let's read.
Verse 4. Turn ye not unto idols.
Turn ye not unto idols. What is turn? What does turn means? Means to turn your attention or mind towards or away from. Okay? And this is why it's very important that when we come to serve God, you have to have a clear mind. Because if you don't have a clear mind when you come to serve this God or learn about who God is, then guess what happens now? Now I start making comparisons between your past and God, between what you learned and what you learned about God. And people start making comparisons. Then they start making opinions. And then when they start making a comparison and opinions, then they take this, they pick and choose what they want to accept and take from themselves. Some of the things that they learned in the past remains. They haven't fully let go of their past. That's why when things get rough, they always revert back to their gods and their fathers. They always end up going back to the first move to show that you have made your mind up with God. You have to condemn your past and condemn everything that you learned before you came here. Condemn those things. What do you think God told Abraham? He said, hey, he said, leave out of your country. He told Abraham, leave him his country. When you look up the word for country, it says mum ladet or ladat. It means your descendants, your family, your relatives. Because your family and your relatives and your cousins and your uncles and your aunties, hey, your mother and your father. I got to put a separation, sisters and brothers. I didn't say to dishonor them. I didn't say that. I said you got to put a separation. Not saying, and that do not mean to abandon them. I can still be there for my parents and put a separation. You know how you put that separation? I'm there for my parents and whatever they need. But when it conflicts and static comes and the friction comes and gets in the way of you serving God, now I got to say, well, Mama, I can't do that. That's against the law. I can't do this. That's against the law. How? Where do I learn this from? It was a brother that had a mother, a king. And the king set up an idol. The king fired his mother from being queen and destroyed her idol. I can't break God's law for your parents. I got to let my parent know. Pop, 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 pop. And you know who told me that? My father. My father. He said, man, I thought I would be hurting my moms, but my moms wanted me to bring my kids for Christmas. And he said, Mama, I can't do that, Mama. He said, I can't bring them there, Mama. I can't do that, Mama. And then later on in life, he understood and said, wow. He said, man, he's doing right. He thought he offended him, but no. You don't want to offend God. By allowing your kids to go around certain things, that's not right. That God don't accept. Tom Sheet.
Turn ye not unto idols.
Turn ye not unto idols, right? To direct your attention or mind towards or away from. Which means my mind and my attention constantly supposed to be on God. Because when your mind is constantly on God, guess what? Look, very rare you're going to slip. Very rare you're going to slip up because you're conscious of yourself and your mind is on yourself and on God. So you circumspect. You're always aware. He said, turn away, what?
Turn ye not unto idols.
Idols, right? An idol is a representation or a symbol of an object. Jake on the cross, that's an idol. The Nike symbol, that's an idol, or it's a representation that represents a female goddess. So we got to watch the symbols, and we got to watch the signs and the symbols that we wear. We should not be wearing clothes with 5-pointed stars. 5-point stars is a demonic symbol. The 6-point star is a demonic symbol and is used in witchcraft. One to conjure in the spirit and one to cast off. When you take the 5-point star and flip it upside down, it's the Bath, the goat head. The devil, the head of the adversary. These symbols in Deuteronomy 4, he said, Temuna kal samel. Samel means an emblem or a symbol or an image. So we got to watch these things that we wear on our clothes.
AKA logo.
Logos, that's right. A form or appearance visible, but without substance. What is without substance? Without life. Or an appearance, what are those? Pictures. An image of male and female, of beasts, of creeping things, and it don't have no life. Now, we don't have priests and high priests to explain these laws to us. So when you read it and you see it for what it says in the book, stay away from it. Don't play Russian roulette with your life, with God. Don't play Russian roulette with God. When you are not sure, 100% sure, stay away from it. Stay away from it, man. That's right, Tom Sheep.
Nor make to yourselves molten gods.
A molten god is a maseka, a molten image. In the nation of Israel, Moses went up into the mountain for 40 days and 40 nights. Receiving the laws and the commandments and statutes of God. The people got in a frantic. Got impatient, that's the word. Got impatient. They pushed up on Aaron, told Aaron and commanded him to get up, make us a god. We're going to appoint a captain and we're going back to Egypt. Aaron gets up. Aaron goes and makes a molten calf. While the molten calf is made, Look, these people was worshiping and made themselves naked, worshiping the molten calf. Now God is in Mount Sinai with Moses, and he's seeing this despicable thing that's going down at the ground of Mount Sinai. He told Moses, he said, Moses, get out the way. He said, get out the way, Moses. I'm going to wipe these people out. I'm going to wipe these people out, and I'm going to make a nation out of you. Moses steps in the breach, in the opening, and he spoke to God, told me, spoke to God, spoke to God, spoke to God, spoke to God, and changed his mind from wiping these people out. He said, because you have to consider your name. You are the one, thou art the one that delivered this nation out of the hand of these Egyptians. And if you wipe them out, what the people going to say about you? Which means what? We cannot do things outside and bring a bad name on God. Because we call ourselves Israel, we Israelites, we wear our fringes and garment and frontlet, and we are representing God. So there's a certain behavior or mannerism that comes with a person that has made his mind up to serve God, so that people on the outside don't talk against your God.
I got the biggest frontlet on and I'm acting a fool out there.
Right? He said, so when Moses came down from the mountain, guess what? When he seen that, he seen, first thing he meets was Joshua. Immediate separation. Immediate separation. It is against the law for me to remain knowing that is profanation and evil and wickedness going on. So now I got to separate myself to show God that me and these people is not agreeing with. I don't agree with these people. You always got to show God that you don't agree with this matter. You know why you can't agree with certain matters? Because it ain't justified by God. It ain't right. So therefore, we got to show who you with, who you stand with. You can't be partial. Side with you because you're my brother, but you're wrong. That's partiality, and God is against that.
That's right.
God is against that. So when you're serving God, all that got to be intact. Why do you think Moses, Joshua, they separated themselves?
Yeah.
They separated the Levites. They separated themselves from these people. They got up out of there. Moses came down. He said, all who's on the Lord's side assemble unto me. All the sons of Levi. The rest of the people was with it. Moses looked. He said, listen, slay everybody. Every man, his neighbor, slay him. Slay him. He slayed him. Moses took the molten calf, stomped on it into powder, and made the people drink it. Made them drink it. God was so angry that God stopped going before the people. He said, listen, I'm tight. I'm angry with you. He said, I'm going to send my angel before you to keep you in the way. Don't offend him. My name is in him. And he's not going to pardon you for your transgressions. Notice that what God said. You see what God, that's heavy, man. Do we hear what God said? He said, my name is in him. When God's name is in you, there's no way that you're going to side with things or matters that is against the standards that God has set. I can't side with you, man. I don't care if you're my brother, sister, wife, cousin, relatives, kindred, what you is. I can't side with you on that.
One the hard way.
Why? Because my mind is made up to serve God. And this is wrong. No. Because now, guess what? When I accept it, God gonna look at you the same as
Same
him.
as him. Y'all the same. Now y'all the same.
Looking at you the same as him.
Yeah.
Or as that person.
Might as well go shave, brother.
Time to shake.
And if ye offer a sacrifice of peace offerings unto the Lord, ye shall offer it at your own will.
And if you offer a sacrifice of peace offerings unto God, you shall offer it at your what?
At your own will.
At your own will. Huh? Peace offerings. You know what a peace offering is? To regain the favor of God, which means there was a point in time when we as a people was out of favor with God because we sinned against God. We transgressed and we sinned and we did things to offend God. But before you set up the peace offering, you know what goes up after that. The sin offering got to go up. We don't have this no more. We don't have no way to make an atonement. We don't have no way to get in good grace with God. This is a sad, this is sad. It's sad predicament. So the only way to get in good graces or getting back in favor with God is to stop. And we ain't doing that. We're not stopping. We're not acknowledging our faults with God and stopping. We're not drawing the line and stopping.
I'm not ready yet.
We continue to move in a manner that is not accepted by God. So guess what? God continuously frowns at you. You're not in his favor.
Yeah.
He continuously will frown on you.
Yeah.
Because you have not changed for the better. You haven't taken heed. God said, again, if you do good, I will exalt you. He said, but if you don't do good, sin lies at the door. That's heavy. I don't want iniquity to lie at the doors of my mind, because in one of these instances, I'm going to react in that manner, because your spirit has a breach. Your spirit has an opening which allows evil and atrocious and despicable thoughts that's against God to come here. And then because we are emotional, we move on it without thought. And then when a person tells you you're wrong, I am wrong, sit down, breathe, exhale, and inhale. Take a breath. And clear your head and think on yourself. That's why another part of the book said, do unto others what you would have them do unto you. Would you have accepted that?
Word.
That's what the law is about.
Word.
The law teaches us how to move with each other.
Yeah. Yeah. That's not playing.
Let's read.
It shall be eaten the same day ye offer
Now
it.
the peace offering is here to regain the favor of God. Because again, we have fell out of favor with God by sinning and offending God and offending each other. It's either or. When you offend God, that's number one. And then because you went against his law, so you offend God, and then I come and I offend you. So now we got to have a peace offering to get back in favor with God. But we don't have that no more. Right? And we don't have a priest to do these things.
No.
So there is no Kohanes. There is no high priest. And you cannot be appointed to be a high priest or a priest, because there's someone that has to do the consecration. Was you consecrated?
No.
Did you go through the consecration?
No.
Because if you did, somebody gonna die. You go ahead and go. It's a ritual that comes with that. Do the consecration then. Come on, man. Stop it.
You need the altar
And you need the altar.
for the consecration.
That's right.
The altar has to be here.
You ain't no high priest, man.
And it
Stop.
needs to be
Not a
done.
priest, and you're not a high priest. We don't have kings because the kings also got to go through.
They get
The oil, anointing oil upon them. We don't have no anointing oil here today, and there is no throne.
All the olive oil comes from
There is no throne, man.
Ain't no throne. No throne, no kingdom, no man.
No kingdom. The temple that Solomon built been destroyed. It ain't there no more. That prayer that Solomon said in Chronicles, he said, "Hear, O Lord." He said, "If the people face towards this place," you hear that? That's a heavy prayer, man. Which means if we are right with God and we face this temple and pray to God, that God will accept it if it's coming from a willing heart.
Long range communication.
But we in a bad situation with God that God allowed the temple to be destroyed. Now the temple ain't there no more. So now, so guess what? I'm sorry, Solomon, but these people is despicable. They're evil. I don't want these people because they don't have no changing in them. They don't got nothing in them. Nothing. They don't have good in them. You got to have good in you to do these laws. You got to have some type of good in you to do these laws. And guess what? The good has to increase and metastasize. The same way evil and wickedness and metastasize and increase. But there's a way to increase this good. Let's read.
Verse 6. It shall be eaten the same day ye offer it, and on the morrow. And if aught remain until the third day, it shall be
eaten the same way you offer it, and on the morrow. But what?
And if aught remain until the third day, it shall be burnt in the fire.
It shall be burnt in the fire. I got to take that offering that remained on the third day and burn it. Nothing remains. I got to burn it till nothing is there. Because this offering was holy. I can't take that offering and deal with that offering any way that I decide. That's the reason why God sent fire from heaven and consumed Nadab and Abihu. There's an order that comes when you're dealing with these offerings. And when you don't follow these offerings in the particular mandate or standard that God has set, he turned on you immediately. Some things God don't want to hear, I'm sorry. I don't want to hear forgiveness. No, actions. There's no sorry and forgiveness for violating and profaning the Sabbath day. This dude done came about, start gathering sticks. Sorry ain't helping. I'm sorry, Moses. Please save my life. We're going to get the answer from God and see if God going to accept your apology. You went to God. God said, kill him. Anybody that profaned the Sabbath day, kill him. Now you see why people don't have the mind frame to do these laws the correct way, because there is profanation of the Lord's Sabbath day every week. Every week. Remember that sound? Every week. Those who know. Every week, man, there's profanation and desecration of God's day. How you have a unity Shabbat and nothing is set up? Then you have people that drive a truck. Think, man. Think. Exclude of how you feel in your emotions and tell me, do you really think that this is holy? That a person can drive to a designated area with speakers and food, and everybody is going in and out of a truck, taking food and speakers and setting it up, saying, you don't think that's work? And if you can't see that, you are destined for destruction. That's why I don't go. I've been to, the last time I've been to Unity Shabbat was when on Patchen and Green. When my Abba was still here, he used to take us over there. The last one. When I went there, you had people smoking cigarettes.
Yep.
Cigarettes.
Cigarettes.
I'm in amaze. I'm a young kid. Because I already know what my father told me. I'm looking around. These are people from outside smoking cigarettes. This one doing this. Food was being cooked downstairs.
Man, on Shabbat. I would say we out of here.
Man, we ain't stay there another minute. I was just say we left. So let's go, man.
Yeah. That Camel Oxshab. Do the same thing now.
Let's go, man.
Verse 7.
Uh-huh.
And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it is abominable, it shall not be accepted.
It ain't going to be accepted by God. It's not going to be accepted by God if you eat this offering on the third day. There's a lot of things that God would not accept if you don't move according to the curriculum and the standard that God set. We got to move according to what the book says to be accepted by God, so that when I bend my knee and I pray to God, that God hear my prayer. God don't hear everybody's prayer. You think I want you praying for me and God can't hear your prayer? Which means you ain't accepted. Which means those words is coming from a person that's not accepted by God. They ain't gonna have no effect. Don't pray for me. Don't pray for me. Let's read.
Verse 8. Therefore, everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity.
Everyone that eateth it shall bear its iniquity. You know what that is, man? To bear your own iniquity. The word for bear is nasa. One of the definitions of nasa means to hold in the mind, which means sin will be constantly coming to the doors of your mind. Iniquity and transgression will continuously come to the doors of your mind.
So in action, we do that.
Okay? Accepted also means to accept. You will be accepted. You're going to begin to accept things that is not godly. You're going to begin to accept things that is against God. You're going to begin to accept things that is against God when you sin against God. Right? Yeah. And your direction is going to get thrown off. You're not going to be set up in the correct and righteous path. Your path is going to be an ungodly path. Your direction is going to be an ungodly direction. Tom Sheik.
Because he hath profaned the hallowed thing of the Lord. And that soul shall be cut off.
Because he hath profaned the hallowed things of God. The things that is hallowed and holy and separated. You profaned it. Not only the offerings. God said it's holy. What else God said is holy? The Sabbath day. So be very careful with how you treat this day. Because when you profane this, God said you're going to lift up and exalt iniquity. You're going to lift up and exalt sin. So now you start going in the manner or in a path or in a direction that is not accepted by God. And you ain't going to see it. God ain't going to allow you to see it. He's going to block your eyes. He's going to keep you in that direction until you take heed. Until you do good. Until you improve. You don't improve. You don't do good. You don't acknowledge. He keep you in that direction. He keep you in that path till you meet your death.
I ain't gonna never be ready.
Let's read.
And when you reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not.
What verse is that?
Verse 9.
Verse 9. Therefore, everyone that eateth shall bear his iniquity, because he hath profaned the hallowed things of the Lord, and that soul shall be cut off from among his people. The word for cut off is nikrita. Nikrita. When you profane the hallowed things of God, God will cut you off, which means he will alienate you.
He will estrange you. He will betray you. He will deny you. To alienate means what? To cause to be withdrawn from. What it means to withdraw from? You remove yourself. Nobody removed you. You removed yourself.
Wow.
Hey.
That's
Hey.
big.
That's why it's very important. It's very important, man. It's very important, man.
Remove yourself.
Listen, man.
Remove yourself.
Remove from immediate contact. That's being alienated. God is causing you to
alienate yourself.
To alienate yourself.
Yeah.
To estrange. To estrange means what? To cause someone to be no longer close.
Yeah.
The closeness that was between you and God, it ain't there no more. So now you are estranged from God. Another definition is antagonistic. Antagonistic is a feeling of opposition to go against God, to oppose God. You're gonna have a feeling to go against everything that God said.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a feeling. This feeling is developed. You develop this feeling, this opposition, this opposing feeling to go against God. That's what's going to develop in you. And you start to do things that's against God,
That's right.
but you can't see that you're doing it against God.
That's right.
You saying you're right, and you come up with an excuse of why you do it. Using God.
That's right.
Using God, but you say you're right.
That's right.
You out your mind, man. It also means to betray. To betray means to be unfaithful to God.
Yeah.
Unfaithful to God. Failure to repent and to acknowledge, to deliberate disloyalty. Sin is betrayal to God.
Yeah.
So when you betray God, you're not going to repent and you're not going to acknowledge your wrong that you did against God. You is always right. I'm never wrong.
Yeah.
I open the book and show you where you went wrong. I ain't wrong. You still can't see and understand it because the pride in you won't allow you to accept your fault.
You chilling on Friday night talking about you ain't wrong. What's wrong, baby? Man.
Verse 9.
And when you reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field.
When you reap. Before I go into that, I missed one more word. It also means to deny. When one refuses to admit the truth or the existence of God. People sit down and teach it and still cannot admit the existence of God. Because they have not came to serve God wholeheartedly. So they still have doubts whether this is true or that's not true. Whether that's right or that's not right. Not because you're sitting down in teachings. Not because you was born in the way. None of that means nothing. I was born in the way. I've been doing this for 60 years. So what? For 60 years, you've been a fool. For 60 years, you've been in the way.
That's right.
You know why? Because you ain't making no changes to be good or be better with God.
That's right. That's right, man. 60 years stagnant.
When you deny God, you refuse to admit the truth.
That's right, man. That's right.
That's heavy. I ain't denying God. I'm denying you. Me and you is having a conversation, and I'm saying that I didn't do it. But the man is representing God, and he's putting God in it, and you're saying that you didn't do it. So when you deny the truth, you deny God. Automatically. Verse 9.
And when you reap the harvest of your land,
When you reap the harvest of your land, this is my land. This land belongs to me. We didn't have corner stores and supermarkets, BJ's. What's the other one? BJ's and Costco's, the brother said. We didn't have those supermarkets. So our resource of food we grew. Our resource of food we grew. And when one of the curses was that whatever we grow is not going to grow to its increase, which means there came at a certain time that
crops ain't growing.
at a certain time when nothing comes up, it started to decrease until it decreased so much that nothing sprouted out, nothing came up. Now you got famine. I tell you, nothing happened right away. This happened in time, decreasing, because we kept offending God. And by the time that happened, you plant something, nothing coming up. Now we got famine. We didn't have stores. We depended on our crops that grew, and we ate off of that. That's right. We had our own resource. We don't have our own resource now. We got to depend on other resources.
We got to pay for it.
And then we got to pay for it. So when you reap the harvest of your land,
thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field.
He said, don't wholly reap the corners of your field. Don't take everything. Don't be greedy, Johnny. Why you take everything? That's called consideration. We don't consider each other, man. We don't consider each other at all. You know why I say I don't consider you? Because if I consider you, I consider how you feel about what I said. If I consider you, I will consider you and worry about how you feel about what I did against you. What I said and what I did. What you did and what you said wasn't called for. Consideration against God and man. Because we offend God and we offend each other. Know why? All the time. We don't consider. In the dualist law, we have to consider. We got to have that. We got to develop. That's a feeling. That's a quality. That's a feeling and that's a quality that not all people have.
And it's big in God's eyes.
And it's very big in God's eyes.
People don't consider.
That's heavy and that's real big. And that's what, wait a minute. You know what God said? He said, oh, my people. You know what God said? He said, my people. He said, I will remove this stony heart and give them a heart of flesh. He said, my people don't consider. Isaiah.
That's big in God's eyes.
That's big in God's eyes, man. So therefore, guess what? We have to consider each other always, continuously. I got to consider you. And if you don't consider me, I'm still going to continue to consider you. I just would have to put a separation because I don't want to get stabbed in my back. Because you're not considering how that knife going to feel in my back. I don't want to get burnt. But I would still consider you. Which means what? I can't be like you. God stopped King David from avenging himself against Nabal. He stopped him from avenging himself against Nabal. He said, because I did you all this good. And all I did was ask for some food. And you denied me.
Turned around and had a feast a couple hours later.
Turned around and had a feast, the brother said. That's all. Yeah, it's funny. Right after he denied him, he had it.
That means he had one of them.
He had a feast.
It's just,
When they have feasts, it's like,
Let's read.
everybody eat. Thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy
Thou
field,
shalt not wholly reap the corners of thy field.
neither shalt thou gather the gleanings of thy harvest. And thou shalt not glean thy vineyard, neither shalt thou gather every grape of thy vineyard. Thou shalt leave them for the poor and stranger. I am the
Don't
Lord your
gather
God.
the single grapes. He said, leave them for who? What verse you at?
Verse 10.
Verse 10. For who? Leave them for who?
Leave them for the poor
For the poor
and stranger.
and the stranger.
I am the Lord your God.
He said, I am the Lord your God. So we do this and we move this way. Why? Because God said. He said, don't forsake them. The word for forsake is azab, means to don't abandon them. Don't abandon the poor and don't abandon the stranger, the geared. Don't leave them to their own. I always gotta go and make sure that the poor and the stranger is good. Sometimes it may take that I may have to neglect myself. I have to neglect myself to make sure that the poor and stranger is good. Not putting myself ahead. That's righteousness, and people can't recollect. People can't understand that. You know, I just started realizing that. My sister asked me for some couple dollars, and all I had was my mortgage, and I didn't have it. So I said, you know what? I'm going to neglect myself. Here, sis, take it. Because I want to be my mentality and the way I want to be. I want to be good with God. I want God to accept me, man. And I want God to guide my path and move my direction in a manner that is accepted by God. Because I want to gain favor in his eyes. So I start to do things, read, and do according to what the book said, hoping that I can find some type of grace and mercy in his eyesight. Because we in a bad situation. I don't know what's on people's minds, but we are in a bad situation. We don't have no more priests to get to God. We don't have a king. Well, listen, man. We were put here for destruction.
We living in a boom.
So now this is what I call, like brother said, the wilderness. The proving grounds. Prove yourself if you're worthy.
If you're worthy to be brought back.
Prove yourself if you're worthy for God to accept you and say, well, nah, this guy here got a different heart with him, man. This dude, let's be one of the chosen ones of God. We got to break that barrier. That's the only way. By doing the things that is lawful and right. By what you read here. No other way. Right. Relinquishing your emotions and how you feel.
Right.
Let's read.
Verse 11. You shall not steal.
Ye shall not steal. Why do I go up in your belongings and take what belongs to you? It's not yours. But before I stole, I desired it and I coveted it. Why am I in this man's belongings stealing from him? Which means I don't care about or consider him. So I'll steal from him. So don't steal.
Neither deal falsely.
Neither deal falsely. Kakash. Kakeshim means to lie. And when you lie, you disappoint. That's why the old definition said don't disappoint. A disappointment is a lie. I told you I'm going to come and I didn't show up. I disappointed you. I lied. It's a lie. Which means we got to be careful what we say out of our mouth. Because we say things.
That's right.
We say things. We say things. And then we say things and don't do according to what we said out of our mouth. We say things and don't do according to what we say out of our mouth. And God look what God said. God look at you and get angry at your voice. Get angry at your voice. Get angry at the words that's coming out of your mouth.
That's right.
Let's read.
Neither lie one to another. Verse 12. And you shall not swear by my name falsely.
You shall not swear by my name falsely. Very rare they swore in that book. You ain't look. One part in the book, it says to swear in Exodus, but in the Hebrew it don't say swear. They didn't really swear for anything. They said what they had to say. You don't go according to that. That was also considered an oath because you agreed to it. I didn't have to put God in this. I swear to God, but I ain't got to do that. All you got to do is say what you got to say and do according to what you say.
Only concerning your neighbor's good.
Certain situations you find and you read where they included God in it.
That's right.
But they didn't do that all the time.
No, it wasn't a common.
It wasn't a common thing. Let's read.
Neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God, I am the Lord.
Neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. To profane means to make common.
Usually.
You know what's common?
Regular.
Common and usual use. That's when you made God, the name of God, common. It don't say you're not going to make it, you don't profane it if you use it in a holy situation. It don't say that. It don't say you could use it, and it don't say it. It said do not make the name of God. Don't profane His name. That's it. So you know what? I don't say His name. Period. I don't mention His name. Period.
That's right.
He said my name. He said I was known to Abraham as God Almighty, El Shaddai. He said, but my name, Yod Hey Wav Hey. He said I was not known to them. Then you go in Amos 6 or 5 where it says, he said, hold your tongue. Which means what? Don't say it. Don't say it. You know what that reminded me of? I was going on the hoist to go upstairs. And I said, don't say it. Don't say it. So I go on the hoist, and my foreman is on the hoist. So the dude looked at me. He said, so his boss said, look at his foreman and said, Vinny, don't say it. Don't say it. He said, Shama, shoot. He looked at me and said, shoot. He said, don't say it. Don't say it. He said, hold your tongue, man. He said, hold your tongue. He said, because we should not, you shall not make mention of the name of God. He said, don't make mention of that. That name is so holy, you don't even want to mention it. You don't want to mention it. You don't write God's name all over the place. You don't write God's name all over for it to be desecrated. You go and write God's name on the wall. Next thing, you done painted the house and paint over the name. So you shall not do so to the name of God. You can do this to their names. He said, don't do this to my name. My name is holy. That's right. Let's read.
Verse 13.
Let's go.
Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him. The wages of him that is hired.
I defrauded him when I didn't pay him his wages. So if you can't pay the servant at the end of the day, you shouldn't have a business. People say, well, we're in America and this law is not. I don't do that, man. I'm afraid to do that. I don't care if I'm in America. The laws of God still stands. The laws of God still stand, so people will have Israelites had businesses and they'll pay you every week or every 2 weeks.
There are businesses today that will pay you every day. There are jobs that pay every day.
I'm not doing that. Did God come to you or some prophet came to you and told you it's okay? So where do you get this from? That it's okay by God to pay this man every week or every 2 weeks. If I can't pay you every week, every day, I don't want no workers.
And get the difference. Off the book jobs pay you every day.
Off the books jobs.
Off the book on the book jobs pay you.
First 2 weeks. See that? So they got jobs that pay every day.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Tom shit.
Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him. The wages of him that is hired
shall not abide with thee all night until the morning. That's right, read.
Thou shalt not curse the death. Don't put a stumbling block.
Thou shalt not curse the deaf. The man is deaf, but you're cursing him. The man is deaf. He said, oh, look at this damn fool here. Why you call the man a fool and he can't hear what you calling him? Why you do that? That's evil in the eyes of God. Why you call him a fool and he can't hear what you're saying? And you got this guy looking at you smiling. Yeah. Meanwhile, you degrading him and talking offensive words to the deaf person.
You don't know why everybody's smiling.
You don't know why. God, that's evil, man. I don't understand how people don't have a heart when you do things like that, man.
You don't even have to be.
You don't have a heart when you do things like that. You ain't gotta know God to know that you can't do that. People do that today. What verse you got, Carl?
13.
Huh?
13.
Okay.
Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, not rob him. Wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee.
Now, when you do that, and a person can hear that you know what that is? That's slander. That's slander. Because that's defamation of character. So that's a whole different different thing there. Yeah. That's defamation of character. You saying something about a person and it ain't true.
Yeah.
A false oral statement about a person that's not true.
Facts.
That's not true.
Fact, bro.
Sometimes people slander your name and slander you, and the person that you're slandering have no knowledge of what you're talking about.
It's a big fact.
That's why God said, rebuke your neighbor and not suffer sin. Don't suffer sin on his account. Because if you don't rebuke, then you're going to suffer the same sin that you're telling that person.
That's right. Y'all the same.
You're going to suffer the same.
Y'all the same.
Let's read.
14. Thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shalt fear thy hell.
Thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block. The word for stumbling block is a mikshol. Right? A mikshol is what? To cause to fall into waywardness. To cause the person to fall into iniquity, into sin. That's why we got to be careful of the so-called teachers. Because the teachers teaches you and say things that doesn't correlate with what the book says. Now you are leading this person astray. All the way astray from what God says. Tom Sheik.
Leviticus 19, verse 15.
Tom Sheik.
Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment.
Ye shall do no unrighteousness. Right? In judgment.
Thou shalt not respect the person of the
What is unrighteousness in judgment? The laws of God don't have friends. It doesn't pick sides. I can't pick sides when we're dealing with the laws of God. God said diligent inquisition. That's it. I have to ask questions. This guy here, he swore that what he said was right. God ain't saying for me to hearken to you and listen to what you said because you swore. God still said have diligent inquisition. Diligent inquisition. Find out what took place and you judge the matter righteously according to what the laws of God says. Can't be partial. I can't choose sides. Brother, sister, uncle, all that goes out the window. The only side that the judge is on is righteousness.
Right?
It's righteousness, whether you're right or whether you're wrong. That's it. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not respect the person of the poor.
Don't respect the person of the poor.
Nor honor the person
Means
of the
don't
mighty.
deal partial. Don't honor the person of the mighty. The man's poor and he went and stole. You got to pay it back. You don't have it to pay it back. You got to go work it off. Nobody told you to go steal. Now you want me to consider that you're poor. But you didn't consider me, that you came and stole from me. But now you want to be shown consideration and mercy. God shows us what to show mercy for. God tells us what to consider. God tells us what to have mercy and what to consider. If God don't say to have mercy and consider this, then I don't have to consider it and have mercy for it. There's a penalty that comes with your actions. There's a penalty that comes with what voiced out of your mouth also.
Let's read.
But in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. Verse 16. Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer.
What is a talebearer? The word for talebearer is a lakil. I just said that. A lakil is a slanderer. A slanderer is a person that defames your character with no proof. They don't have no proof about what you're saying, but you're defaming and bringing up false oral statements about the person, and you don't have proof. That's slander. Tamshi.
Neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor.
Neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. How do you stand against the blood of your neighbor? My brother's in trouble. He's in deep trouble. He's in a trouble that consists of matters of life and death. And he needs immediate attention. Drop everything what you're doing, and he needs me now. I cannot leave him on his own to face those dangers, because God forbid, if he died, I stood against the blood of my neighbor. That's right, Tamshi.
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart.
Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thy heart.
Thou shalt in any wise rebuke thy neighbor.
Rebuke thy neighbor.
And not suffer sin upon him.
Not suffer sin on his account because of him. Right? Now, your brother did something wrong. And you know about it. The book said to rebuke him and show him where he went wrong. It is unrighteous for me to know that my brother is doing wrong, and I go and I pull another brother to the side and talk about it. I can't pull this guy here to the side and say, man, you know what Mick doing? Mick is doing this. Word, man, Mick wicked, man. He did. What the hell is y'all doing?
And then it come out when he get upset at you.
And then it comes out, the brother said, when he get upset at you.
That's when
then
he
he
come
voice
out.
it and broadcast it.
That's when it come out.
That's not good, man. When I hear something wrong, guess what? I'm not going to belittle him. I'm going to put you on the road. Let me holler at you for a minute. Put him to the side. Say, yo, man, listen, man, I heard bop, this. Then I'm going to hear your piece and see what's going on. Yeah, I did this. I shouldn't have did this. Yeah, my bad. I wasn't aware of this. I wasn't know of this, but I did this. I'm sorry. Thank you. Pop. We hug, kiss, let go, and it's dead. And now I can go to make the necessary changes of what my brother just told me.
That's how you love.
And that's when you show love for each other.
That's how you show you don't.
When I'm angry at you, I don't hold the anger. I come to your crib, or I come to you. And I say, hey, let me talk to you for a minute. I want to tell you why I'm angry with you. Because I don't want to stay angry with you. You're my brother, and I love you. That's a mindset that we have to start acquiring to serve God.
Talk about it.
That's a mindset. That's a holy and righteous mindset that we need to begin to acquire when you want to serve God.
Not just
or if you decide to serve God, if you want to serve God, I'm going to come to you and tell you. I had a brother. His name was Prince Zachariah. I was angry at him all the time. And I don't stay angry with him. I'm angry and I don't like something. I call him right back. I say, hey, brother, man, I didn't like what you did. I don't like what you said. Bop, 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 bop. I had another brother I was angry with, my brother Abraham. And I went to his house, knocked on his door, called him. But Abraham knew it was me. He ain't come to the door. He knew it was me. I said, yo, man. I said, yo, later on, I looked at him. I said, yo, man. I said, I know you was in the house. And I know you see me at your door. He died laughing, cracked up. I said, man, what's wrong with you, man? Let's read. That's love. That's the love. That is the love that God is looking for.
That's it.
That's the love that God is looking for between family, relatives, brothers.
Yeah.
That's correct.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's what God is looking for.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, we can't just cover 1 and 2 and 3 things.
That's right.
We have to cover everything to be
That's right.
accepted by God,
That's
man.
right.
Believe me, we don't have everything covered.
it's a whole, it's a lifestyle that, look, man, it ain't complete, man.
Ain't no
Half of, like my father said, half of it hasn't been told. Half of it hasn't been told.
Yeah.
We still learning and understanding and learning how to serve this God, learning the things that is accepted and not accepted
That's
by
right.
God.
That's correct.
That's right.
That's what it's all
We're
about.
still learning, and that's what
That's
it's
what
all
this is
about.
all
And when we
about.
learn these things, follow it.
Don't fall through with
Start
it.
putting it into one's actions and one's use. Because again, we don't have a high priest. So we gotta do these things to make peace with God.
Yeah.
We gotta do these things to appease the anger of God.
Yeah.
Hey, you don't think God's frowning at you right now? But start getting right. Start taking heed, improve. Start doing good. Start doing the things that is lawful and right by God. Guess what? His anger will pass. You will assuage.
Yes.
You know what assuage is? That's an ancient word. You will assuage and appease and calm the anger of God. And when evil starts to come your way, put a halt on that.
Yeah.
So you don't see
Yeah.
this guy here is doing good now. You see how he corrected himself? You see how he humbled himself? He said, hold him back. He said, no. God won't be he'll be your hedge and your shield.
Remember what Avi said?
Let's read. Let's where? Say
There's no big and little sin. And there's no big and little law to do.
that's right. There's no big. My father said that. He said, there's no big or little law.
He said, no big or little law.
There's no big or little sin.
He said, no big or little problem. He said,
That's right.
That's right.
That's right. And there are, and you can, like God said, which means, and this substantiated that there are levels in wickedness. He said, this guy did evil. He said, but he did not do the evil according to what this guy did.
Yeah.
He wasn't evil like him.
He said, they're going to do it the wickedness of the kings.
That's right. That's right.
He was evil. But
All
he
that
didn't
is
do
in
like
the
that.
book.
That's a fact.
That's right. Let's read.
Thou shalt not avenge, nor bear.
Thou shalt not avenge. God stopped King David from avenging himself, which means it is held in high esteem with God. It's held in high esteem with God. So guess what? I'm not going to avenge myself against my brother. My brother. It's not talking about the heathens.
Not everybody.
It's not talking about the nations.
They're loved ones.
If you violate me, I'm coming for you. Listen, if you violate me, I'm coming for you.
Do it, man.
This does not stand
It doesn't
with
stand
us,
for everybody. That's right.
with everybody. God gave us these laws and tells us and shows us how we should deal with each other.
Each other.
That's not with them.
No.
You violate me, I'm going to come to you like a ravenous wolf.
That's right.
I'm going to come crazy at you.
Apply it to them.
Crazy. And I told my Isha one time, I said, listen, man, if you see me rah-rah and getting crazy, I said, it ain't me. It's because of this fool. This fool, man.
Our body ignited that.
That's not my mannerism. That's not my behavior. I don't move like that. I don't move like that.
No, you deserve it. That's right.
Let's read.
Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children
Thou
of
shalt
thy
not
people,
avenge. No what?
nor bear any grudge against the children
Against
of thy
the
people.
children of thy people.
But thou shalt love thy neighbor.
Love thy neighbor as what?
As thyself.
As thyself.
That's right.
Ooh, glory gosh.
And cover everything.
Love your neighbor as you love yourself. Which means what you like for you, you do to him.
That's right.
What you don't like for yourself, don't do to that person.
That's right.
You don't want me to kick you, why you kick me?
That's right.
You don't want me to stab you or slap you, why you stab me and slap me?
You don't want me to spit on you, don't spit on me.
Come on,
Talk
man.
about it, man. Talk about it, man. Death you want.
Listen, what verse you at?
You want a blade in your
19.
chest.
Verse 19, ye shall keep my statutes.
You shall keep my statutes. Statutes is something that don't change. Statutes is something that don't change.
Yeah.
Like the Sabbath day. You can't change the Sabbath day.
Never.
You can't change this. God said every seventh day.
Everlasting.
But Emperor Roman Constantine had a different idea.
Switch up.
This man felt that he had the power to change God's original day of worship, which is the seventh day, to the first day, in honor of the sun god.
That's why it's on Sunday.
Sunday. The Greek translation or Roman translation is Sonan Dieg, the day of the sun. That's right. Months and years are names of deities. Names of deities. Tom Sheep.
You shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender.
To gender, kilayim. Kilayim means a mixture. Mixture, hybrid. Right? Thou shalt not, what was that? Verse 19?
Verse 19.
He said, you shall keep my statutes. You shall not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind. Right? So the sheep is not going to be in the barn with the goats. Every animal have their own quarters. They have their own borders with amongst themselves. Because you don't want the goat to jump the sheep. What's going to come out of that?
A good sheep.
Your brother said you're going to have a good sheep. You don't know what's going to come out of that. So we had a separation.
That's right.
Right? Let's read.
Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed.
Don't sow your field with mingled seed. You shall not plant. Don't plant mingled seeds together because you don't know what's going to come out of that.
Right.
Okay? God is talking about planting.
Right.
Planting. Even though you have different varieties of apples and whatever it is, but an apple is in this rare, it's still an apple. It's not mingled with two fruits.
No, it's not mingled with another fruit.
It's not mingled, it's not planted. The seed of an apple was not planted with a different fruit. Even though you had different varieties of different apples. God is talking about planting. You can't plant two different types of seed together because you don't know what's going to come out of it. It's going to be profane and it's not be accepted. You cannot eat it. Can't eat it. Right? Go ahead.
Neither shall a garment mingled of linen and woolen come upon.
Okay, now. It said neither. Neither shall a garment mingled of linen and woolen come upon thee. So now it says sha'anet, ya'ale, aleka. Sha'anet, a garment, a mixed garment, mixed fibers cannot come upon thee. Mixed fabrics, a garment of mixed fabrics. That's why people, if you want to take it a step higher, all my clothes are 100% cotton, linen, and silk. But what about your covers? Don't the covers comes upon you? Your covers comes upon you. It's mixed. It's marriage. It's upon you. Sheets. So your sheets and your covers got to be 100% cotton, wool, linen, and silk. So when I'm laying in my bed and laying in my blankets and everything around, it's 100% cotton, wool, linen, and silk. I'm not in contact with mixed fabrics. I'm not in contact. That's right. Skin contact.
That's right.
Basically, God did not want you to make skin contact with mingled fabrics. You know why? Because it was a chemical, I think it was a chemical imbalance or some type of chemical imbalance that goes down when you come in contact with mingled or wear mingled fibers. And I have the information here. So I'm going to read it for you so you can hear. It starts out saying, do not wear mixed fabrics. A doctor named Haida Yellen did a study. You hear the name? You can tell right there, there ain't no American. Right? Did a study on fabrics, and this was the conclusion. The human body has a signature frequency of 100, right? And organic cotton is 100%. Therefore, you don't want to wear a garment under 100 that is lower than the frequency of the human body.
Creative.
God did that.
Creative, man.
He didn't explain it. He just said, don't wear it. God knows why he's telling you don't wear it. He said a sickly, nearly dead person has a frequency of 15, and materials such as polyester, rayon, silk, and spandex register at a 15. Science proves that any fabrics worn that has a frequency less than 100, our bodies put a strain on us, which causes diseases, inflammation, and other sicknesses. The only super fabrics are wool and linen. Oh my goodness. The only super fabrics is wool and linen.
As a wool and linen.
That's what the book mentioned.
As a wool.
You know what my father did, man? He said it wasn't recorded in the book where our forefathers wore cotton. He said, you know what? I gotta change my wardrobe. And I'm only gonna have wool and linen. He started getting wool socks, linen breeches, everything wool and linen.
He said something about that cotton.
He said something about the cotton. He didn't know this information. And I know how long I had this information. And I ain't read it.
Yeah, you always said something about the cotton.
But he always said, you know what? I'm gonna change my whole wardrobe and just wear wool and linen. He said both measuring in at 5,000, which energizes the body and helps fight diseases, wool and linen. As for linen and wool, they have the highest atomic frequency signature of any fabric, totaling 5,000. So when you combine the two together, they cancel each other out to 0. Ain't that something? Ain't that something, man? These are holy laws. These are the laws, the commandments of what? It gives life. It sustains life. It makes you live. And when we go against the commandment, you begin to die because it starts to react on your organs and weaken you. The laws of God is life, man.
Don't break it down.
Don't break it down. That's right. Let's read.
Verse 20.
Let's go.
And whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid, she shall be scourged.
Whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid. Now the word for bondmaid is shifka. Shifka is a maidservant. A maidservant, okay? Betrothed to a husband, she was engaged to a man.
And so whoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid, she shall be scourged. It shall not be put to death.
No freedom given her. He said she shall be scourged. They shall not be put to death because she was not free. Scourge. The word for scourge is bikoret. It means investigation. We have to inquire. Inquire has to go down.
Right.
All right, we got to inquire about the situation. Right? They shall not be put to death because she was not free. And that's the only reason why. That's the only reason why she don't die. It's because she was a maidservant. She was a maidservant. So yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much, Prince Zachariah. I didn't remember who gave me that information, but Yehoshua. It's a brother that lives out in California. It's a brother that lives in California. He did that, and he did that research. He did that research, man, and that was a valuable information. Valuable information. It gives you a reason of why God do the things that He doing, the laws that He's telling you, man. Where we at now? We are in verse
21.
Verse 21.
Uh-huh.
And he shall bring his trespass
He shall bring his trespass offering
unto the Lord.
And he shall bring his trespass offering. You see who's guilty?
Amen.
The man is guilty, not her. The man is the one that's guilty. So he got to bring his trespass offering. Go ahead.
Unto the door of the tabernacle
unto
of
the
the
door of the
congregation,
tabernacle of the congregation,
even a ram for a trespass.
even a
offering.
ram for a trespass offering.
And the priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass
The
offering
priest shall make an atonement for him with the ram of the trespass offering.
before the Lord for his sin which he had done. And the sin which he had done shall be forgiven him. And when you shall come into the land, and shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then you shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be as uncircumcised unto you, it shall not be eaten.
Uncircumcised meaning you can't touch it. There was a law of the land that happened that went down, and when you plant the law of the land, God said, don't touch these fruits. Don't go in that field for 3 years. Let it rest. Because notice when you reap and you pick, the land got to work to push another fruit out. So when you leave these fruits on and you leave it still, it's not working to push nothing out if it's there already. There's nothing to push out because it has something there already. And it's getting stronger and developing and growing and metastasizing and getting to its full strength, to its full increase. Go ahead.
But in the 4th year, all the fruit thereof shall be holy, to praise to the Lord with all.
What verse you at?
Verse 24.
In the 4th year is dedicated to God. You bring these fruits up and dedicate them to God. Give them to God by giving them to the priest. You don't burn fruits on the altar.
No.
Those fruits that's given to God, the priest eats and take for himself. Read.
That it may be well unto you, the increase thereof. And I am the Lord your God. You shall not eat anything with the blood, neither shall ye use enchantment.
So you shall not eat anything with the blood. Neither shall you use enchantments. Cain brought of the fruit of the ground. Abel brought the flocks and of the herds. The setup of the offering was not yet established. But because Abel was accepted of God, God led him towards the right way, towards the right offering.
Right. Because he was accepted.
Because he was accepted. Why Cain was not accepted, it was not listed and it didn't say. So I'm not going to put a hang up on Cain. Cain is good. I wish I was Cain. Yeah. You know why? Because whatever he did, it was only one time. God wouldn't accept him. And then he went and killed his brother. That's it. God punished him for it. Cain good for God. Oh yeah. Cain is good. But it wasn't mentioned in the book what Cain did. What he did that caused God to turn away from him and his offering. Wasn't mentioned. We just know that God, whatever he did, he wasn't pleased. Wasn't pleased. Tamshi.
You shall not eat anything with the blood.
You shall not eat anything with the blood. It's very important to get the blood out. Stop eating with the blood. Saul had to stop the people from eating with the blood. Because the blood was used for incantation, enchantments, and witchcraft and spells. Sometimes people may have to take a blood bath to bring that evil spirit towards them. God is against that blood, consumption of blood, man. You got to soak that meat till there's no blood. I had some steaks
and I soaked it. The outside was gray. I was going to cook it and fry it up. But the spirit came, the wisdom came to me. He said, don't fry it yet. He said, take that steak and split it in half. Boy, when I split the steak in half, the whole inside was blood.
Right.
I said, unbelievable.
The whole of Israel.
Unbelievable, man. So I sliced all of them up, put it back in the salt water. My woman came to me, she said, well, how long are you going to continue this over? The blood ain't out yet. I said, no. I said, you see how hard it is to get the blood out? Because we freeze our meat, and then we got to go through hell to get the blood out by soaking it with water and salt. I said,
Brother,
so
what
you
was
know,
the end result?
I ended up throwing it out.
You end up throwing it out.
Wow.
You did right, brother. You didn't indulge in eating blood.
I ended up throwing it
Because
out.
you would have ate blood.
That's right. Got rid of it.
No, once the animal is dead,
Right.
it's the heart.
Because it's supposed to be spilled right in the
Yeah.
kill.
Yeah.
When you go hunting, there's certain spots, certain areas where you hit, you drain the blood immediately. Don't
You gonna
kill
kill
the animal, skin it, package it, and put it in the freezer because the blood is going to get congealed within the meat. And you can't put the meat on an open flame because the blood is going to cook in. The only thing that drops from that is fat.
That's the only thing
That's
gonna
right.
drop.
That's the only thing that dropped from that. So you can't escape. Right.
Yank the leg.
Right. Yeah. You got to drink it out in the field. That's right.
Right.
That's right. That's right.
He said he shall pour out blood
Hey, the
on
whole
the earth.
of Israel eat blood.
Yeah.
Right now.
Yeah.
Willingly,
Yeah.
knowingly, and unknowingly.
Tom shit.
You shall not eat anything with the blood, neither shall you use enchantment,
You should not eat anything with the blood.
neither use enchantment,
Enchantments.
nor observe time.
Observe times.
You shall not round the corners of your head.
Okay, enchantments and observe time. Let me see your palm. You're gonna live this amount of time and all that foolishness.
Future.
You want to know the future. You want to know if this one is
Cheating
doing
on
this
you.
or he's cheating, and I'm gonna save. Man, leave that alone.
Somebody-
All that right there. Put
Fine.
you blemish your spirit with God to where God don't want no dealings with you. God will push you away. Go ahead, Tom C.
You shall not round the corners of your head.
Okay. Go ahead.
Neither shalt thou mar the corners of thy beard.
Israelites get this verse misconstrued. And that's what they go by. But they go by everything in the book that mentions and states the Hebrew. Listen, brother. Let's go to the Hebrew. Damn Hebrew scholar. You think you're a Hebrew scholar. Now you don't want to go into the Hebrew scholar here. Rounding your head was a Hamitic custom. When you round your head and what? You should not round your
the corners
heads.
of your heads and mar the corners of thy
And
beard.
okay, when you round your head, that was a Hamitic custom when they shake their heads.
Yeah, round.
The law is not talking about that. Okay?
What it say?
In the Hebrew,
What it say?
right? It says, verse 27, Lo takwipu, payat. Huh? What is a payat? A payat is a side section like lock or curl, right? Takwipu means to prepa. The root word prepa means to skim off. You should not skim off a side section, lock, or curl of your head. So stop balding the children's heads. Stop having the children sitting down in barbershops balding their heads. You should not have dreads and all the sides is shaved off. Why do we have dreads and the sides are shaved off like you's a clown? A real clown, because that's what you look like.
No, really talk about it. The Caesars.
Caesars. year. Look, one brother got a bald head. No hair on his head. With a skull cap, keypot, talking about Shabbat Shalom, brother. I don't want to hear nothing from you, man. You're bald. Grow your hair. Then we could talk. Stop shaving your face. Then we could talk. We didn't shave our beards.
Hold on, talk about it, drama.
We didn't shave our beards.
Get out my face, man.
In Mephibosheth, it says that he didn't trim his beard. In the English, in the Hebrew, it said he didn't trim his safam. Safam is his mustache. They trimmed their mustache, but they didn't trim their beards. Now, all of a sudden, we have scholars. We have scholars, brother, that can tell you where the corners are at in your head. The corners that God is talking about in the shifra, in the portion of the shifra. Meaning now, I don't even know what I'm saying. I don't even know what I'm saying. But these people come up with these words, Judaism, in the Talmud, in the Mishnah, and this and that. It says the corners is between the. Where the book tell you where the corner? Does the book tell you where the corners at?
No.
So stop playing games with me, man. Stop playing games with me.
Treat the whole head like
The whole, don't cut no part of your head.
Right.
It said don't corrupt it. So when I cut any part of my head, you corrupt it. It says, King David's son, Absalom. Absalom pulled his head. Do we really know what pole means? Pole means to shorten the length, which means he has a long locks, and you can shorten the length because you didn't cut a side section lock or curl of your head.
Right.
You only shortened the length.
You didn't mess with the scalp.
You didn't mess with that scalp.
Down on the borders.
You didn't touch none of this part of this.
Yeah.
I didn't get my locks and go to the barber shop and make them shape up. I didn't get a shape up.
Yeah.
After years of getting shape up, guess what? Your hairline recedes.
Right.
And it starts going all the way back.
That's right. And you start going all the way back.
If you got a Jefferson,
Why you say that?
Perfect timing. Perfect timing.
Give us some water, man. You about to kill him, man. Give us some water. Hurry up. Give the brother some water, man.
It's true.
Yeah,
It's fact. That's right. It's true.
listen, man. If you got a Jefferson, well, I'm sorry. You know what a Jefferson is? When your forehead bald. Everything here bald, you got a little bit of scroungy hairs living on the sides. You got to live with that Jefferson, brother.
Right here. That's me.
Cover your head. Put on a turban. Put on a turban or something. Sorry, you got to live with the Jefferson. But by all means, don't shave your head. Talking about your hair don't grow. No, brother, I'm supposed to see some type of hair on your head.
One side grows longer than the other, so you gotta cut this.
No, ain't no evening nothing. And guess what? You know, I hear a lot. I had to do it for my job. Man, look at me. I don't care what amount of money this job is offering me. I'm not breaking God's law for no job.
That's right.
I'm not balding my head for no job.
That's right.
I'm not shaving my face for no job.
That's
You
right.
might be in places where you had to do it.
That's right. It's not happening.
I'm not doing that.
It's not happening.
Where we at?
Verse 28.
You
shall not make any cuttings in your flesh
for the dead, nor print any marks upon you. So if you have a tattoo, before you die, you need to be trying to get that out.
You can't get that off.
You can get it off. It may take some money. You need to be getting that out. You don't want to go before God with tattoos with markings on your skin. You don't want to go before God with that.
You got 50 tattoos.
All right? You don't want to go before God with markings on your skin. Let's read.
Do not prostitute thy daughter, to cause her to be a whore.
Do not prostitute your daughter to cause her to be a whore. Guess what?
Anyways.
Guess what? All the whores was of other nations.
Thank you.
God gave us a commandment not to prostitute our daughters to cause them to be a whore, which means they can't be prostitutes and they can't sell their bodies for income and money.
Right.
All the whores was of other nations, outsiders. Let's read.
Lest the land fall to whoredom.
Lest the land fall to whoredom.
And the land become full of wickedness.
And the land become full of wickedness.
You shall keep my Sabbath.
You shall keep my Sabbath.
And reverence my sanctuary.
Reverence my sanctuary.
I am the Lord.
I am the Lord. Regard
not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards to be defiled by them. I am the Lord your God.
That those things, when you seek after wizards and witchcraft and familiar spirits, you get defiled. Not my physical, but my spirit becomes defiled by God. So now when my spirit is defiled by God, guess what? There's a blemish, there's a break, there's an opening, there's a blemish on you of preaching your spirit that keeps you away. That keeps you away. Let's read.
Thou shalt rise up before the hoary head.
The word for hoary head is Seba. So if you gray, I gotta rise for him. You rise. You stand up and you rise for the Seba, for the gray head, right? And honor the face of the old man, right? And fear thy God, I am the Lord. One part of the book in the Proverbs, he says, honor the hoary head if it's found in the path of righteousness, which means you don't have to get up for every gray headed. You don't have to get up for every gray. You could be getting up for a man that like men, but he's gray, and you're standing up for him. Honor him. I can't give you that honor. That's right. Not every old. That's right.
If a stranger sojourn with thee in your land, you shall not vex him.
If a stranger sojourn with thee in your land, he said, don't vex him. Don't vex him. Which means what? There's a treatment. There's a treatment that comes when you serve God. A Chinaman comes in here and they want to serve God. No eyes can say that they want to serve God, or they ain't gotta want to serve God, but they're what's the word? No, they're what?
Curious.
They're curious. So I want to learn and see how this is. He said these guys come around because when you first come, your mind ain't made up. You're just learning.
Right.
You're still in a curious state.
Still don't know.
You still in a curious state. You got a month sitting down in here. You ain't made your mind up. You got 2 months in here. You ain't made your mind up.
Lifetime.
That's why this guy or that person that just coming around falls into the category of a stranger.
That's right.
So God says, when these strangers or these people that's come to learn about who God is, a month, 2 months, 3 months, just learning, don't know too much, and
just start.
He said, don't vex them. Don't vex them.
Now I'm a stranger.
God said, don't vex them. Don't do that.
Facts.
Let's read what else it says.
But the stranger that
dwelleth with you
shall be as one.
Treat him like you would treat your own brother. He get the same treatment that I treat you with.
That's correct.
But yet we say we're gonna do law, we're gonna brush up. Man, like Chief, like my father said, you ain't scratched the surface yet, boy. You ain't scratched the surface yet, man. That's why it's very important to read every day. Because what you miss here, you ain't gonna miss that. If I miss this here, by me pushing, I read it again. Look, I saw something different when I read this chapter. Because I read it over and over. that verse I just saw differently. And I ain't never saw it that way. Come on, man. Mm-hmm. He said, but the stranger that dwelleth with you shall be unto you as one born among you. And thou shalt love him as thyself.
That's right.
You don't like it for you. Why you do it to him? Or why you do it to him? That's not godly. That's not righteousness. That's not being just.
Or purposely try to scare the man off. What is he doing here?
Tom Sheik.
What you supposed to be doing here?
For you were strangers in the land of Egypt.
Now look what God said.
For you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God.
Look how God done swept it and switched the tables. He said, Israel, he said, don't vex the stranger. He said, because you were strangers in the land of Egypt and you know how it feels to be a stranger. You know how it feels. But guess what? We here today, we really don't know how it feels to be a stranger. But what keeps me from ill-treating you is the fear of God. What keeps me from ill-treating you and doing things to you and vexing you and doing things of offending you is because you want to accomplish all of God's law.
Fact.
So you read here and read there and read here and read there, and you see where by me doing this, I'm going to offend God.
Facts.
God ain't going to like it. I'm going to offend God. And I don't want to offend God. Because when you offend God, bad things happen. Bad things happen. Bad things happen. Let's read.
You shall do no unrighteousness in judgment, meat yard, in weight, or in measure. Just balances, just weights, a just ephah, and a just hin shall ye have. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt.
God wants us to be just in all aspects.
That's right. Everything.
God wants us to be just in everything.
Just like him. Like he is.
Everything we got to be just and right before God, man. Everything. Not just and right in this matter, but you ain't just and right in this. Fact. Pick and choose what you want to be just and right in. Yeah. Nah, man. I got to be just and right in all aspects. Everything.
Yeah, in everything.
Everything. Let's read.
Therefore shall ye observe all my statutes and all my judgments and do them. I am the Lord.
He said, therefore shall you observe all my statutes and all my judgments and do them. I am the Lord. Now, I'm going to hit back on something else. When it speaks about enchantment, we're going to go into Psalms 51. Enchantments, it also means divination, augury, A-U-G-U-R-Y. It means predicting the future, especially by omens. Signs. You want to predict the future. So when you go to get your future predicted, it done told you, oh, well, you're going to be this and this and this, and this is what's going to happen, and you go and follow it like a fool.
The planets will align this Wednesday.
You go and follow it like a fool. When the end thereof is darkness. The end of it is darkness. Let's go to Psalms. Let's go to Psalms 51.
Have mercy upon me, O God, according to thy loving kindness, according unto the multitude of thy tender mercies, blot out my transgressions.
All right, hold up right there. This is a heavy psalm, man. This psalm here ain't no joke. This psalm here ain't no joke. Say, have mercy upon me, O God. Have mercy upon me, O God. What does mercy means? What? Compassion. Forgiveness shown towards someone whom it is within one's power to punish or harm. That's mercy, man. That's the mercy of God. And I have read in the book where the righteous and pious man has those same traits. King David was offended by Shimei. And because he was a merciful king, Abishai was going to move on him. He stopped Abishai. He said, nah. He said, leave Shimei alone. Let him curse. Maybe God told him curse David. That's why he did it. You see his mentality. Anything that happened to him, he said God allowed it to happen.
Nothing happened for nothing.
Nothing happened for nothing.
That's how he looked at it.
And that's how King David looked at every situation. God looked at that. King David looked at every situation that way. He said, nah, Shimei said, God told Shimei to curse David. God told him to do that. He said, hold off, Abishai. He said, don't take his head off. Don't kill him. Hold off to a later time. That's right. Told his son and instructed his son. He said, yo, man, this guy here cursed me with a grievous curse. He said, use your head. Like basically use your head. He said, you can't kill him for that cursing me.
Right.
Because I already said he ain't gonna die. He said, but you're a wise man.
Use your head.
So now Solomon, he set boundaries. He violated the boundaries. And then he reminded them. He repeated what he said and showed him his fault. And then he reminded them of what he did to his father. He said, the evil that you did to my father. He said, now I'm going to take your head off now. He said, what's his name? Not Adonijah, the one, Benaiah. He said, fall on him. He said, have mercy upon me, O God.
According to thy loving kindness, according unto the multitude of thy tender mercies, blot out my transgression.
He said, according to thy loving kindness, according unto the multitude of thy tender mercies, blot out my transgressions. You know what that is when your transgressions is blotted out? To cause your sins to disappear. To erase it. It's not in the track records. It's never been done. And God did that with David. One man. God did that with was King David. He said, or to remove something unpleasant from your thoughts. Unpleasant from your thoughts, because it also comes here. It comes here before you put it forth to action, before you do it. Let's read.
Wash me thoroughly from mine iniquity and cleanse me from my sin.
Wash me thoroughly from my iniquity and cleanse me from my sin. He ain't talking about filth and dirt, taking a bath, taking a purge. No, it ain't talking about that. He's talking about being clean from sin, being clean from iniquities. That's right, Tom C.
For I acknowledge my transgressions.
He said, for I acknowledge my transgressions, and my sin is always before my face. He said, I acknowledge and I know I did wrong. Most people have a problem acknowledging their faults. We have a problem acknowledging our faults before God. And when you acknowledge your faults, guess what? You don't forget it. He says, always before my face. Even though he corrected it, he didn't forget. He said, man, I always remember how I offended this person. But this was years done past. I think it was in the 80s. And this is 2000, before my father died. He said, man, I still remember what I did to this person. Remember? Yeah. And up to this day, when I see them, he said, I can't look at them in their face. He said, I can't look at them in their face. You know why? Because he wasn't wrong and strong. He was a man that when you did wrong, you gotta repent. You gotta acknowledge your fault. You cannot justify your wrongdoings before God. To be good, to take team, to be good with God, you can't justify your wrongdoings. What that's gonna do is set you back. It's gonna push you, it's gonna set you back, man. Let's read.
Against thee only have I sinned.
So against thee only have I sinned.
And done this evil in thy sight.
And done this evil in thy sight.
That thou mightest be justified when thou speakest. And be clear when thou judgest.
You hear that, man? You hear that, man?
Mm-hmm.
Look, man. He said, against thee only have I sinned, and done this evil in thy sight, that thou mightest be justified when thou speakest. The person that you offend and did wrong, and they speak and talking about this, you want to tell them to forget about it, man. No. The man's justified about what he's saying because you offended him. You did wrong. Same thing with God. He said God is justified anytime he speak or have something because we was the ones that offended God. God is in the right, always in the right. Always in the right. Tom C.
And be clear when thou judgest. Behold, I was shapen in iniquity.
He said, behold. He said, I was shapen in iniquity. The word born, that's what it means. Koleti. It means to be born in. He said, I was born in iniquity. We all was born in iniquity. Nobody was chosen from the womb like Jeremiah and those prophets. We were all born in iniquity. Even though we was raised knowing who God was, we had sin instilled in us. That's what we was born with. Even though my parents knew who God was, sin was in me. Because that was set up from the beginning of times. From in the beginning of times, when Adam ate from the tree of knowledge of good and evil. He said, Ezra said, he says, iniquity, I forgot what he said. The grain of evil seed was sown in man. He said, then was the grain of evil seed sown in man. So sin was sown in us. So even though I was born in the way of life, I still have to go through a program. I have to be reprogrammed. Because I've been programmed already from in the womb. And it wasn't godly. It wasn't righteousness. I have to reprogram myself when I'm born. When I'm walking and I come to the understanding of man. Now, the reprogramming, and when you're reprogramming yourself, you need the book. You can't program yourself without the book. You need this book to program yourself. Read and do. Read and stop doing. Program. And by the constant of doing and doing and doing and doing, that's the word practice, which means whatever you practice becomes perfect. Whatever you practice becomes a habit. It becomes a habit. It becomes habitual. So that when you're not doing it, you start to get a feeling like I done did something wrong, a feeling like I'm offending God. And you can only develop that if I start doing it. You're not going to have that feeling if you don't start. I got to start from somewhere and stop making excuses. I can't do this because of this. I can't do this because of that. God don't care about excuses. Excuses. Do it. That's a fact. Do it. Let's read.
Behold, I was sharpened in iniquity, and in sin did my mother conceive me.
And in sin did my mother conceive me. That's right, read.
Behold, thou desirest truth in the inward parts.
Hold up. He said, thou desirest truth in what?
In the inward parts.
Inward parts. You know what the inward parts is? Tek het he. Tukah. Tukah means the reins of man. The reins of man. That's your inward parts. Your reins, you know what a reins is? R-E-I-N-S. reins is what limits and control you.
Like a horse.
Your reins is what limits you and control you. Which means if me and you are arguing, there's a limit with me.
Right. So
Right.
I ain't gonna say.
Certain things I ain't gonna do. Certain things I ain't gonna say. When I'm dealing with God and His laws, there's a limit with me that I won't cross that line and offend God. We need to follow those things, but some people don't have it. Not everybody have that. Not everybody have limits to control themselves. To do these laws, commandments, and statutes, you need limits to control yourselves from offending God and man.
That's right. That's right.
God is the one that put truth and wisdom in your inward parts.
Yeah.
In the inward parts of man, which is your reins. Huh?
You hold yourself.
That's right. That is what controls you and limits you. That's why one person will understand more and accept more about God than some.
That's true.
Let's read.
Behold, thou desirest truth in the inward parts, and in the hidden part thou shalt make me to know wisdom.
That's right. That's it.
Purge me with hyssop, I shall be clean.
Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. The word for purge is tikat eni. Right? It means to purify. It means to disinfect. To purify, when you're purifying something, you're removing contaminants from the area. What is the contaminants? What contaminates you? Iniquity. Sin. Okay? To purge means to rid someone of an unwanted quality, condition, or feeling, which means there's a certain quality that you have in you that is not accepted by God.
And you gotta purge it.
And you gotta purge it.
Exercise it.
That's right. There's a condition or a feeling that you have in you that is not accepted by God. Let's read.
Purge me with hyssop, and I shall be clean. Wash me, and I shall be whiter than snow. Make me to hear joy and gladness, that the bones which thou hast broken may
Make
rejoice.
me to hear joy and gladness. That what?
That the bones which thou hast broken may rejoice.
Wait a minute. So, when I hear gladness and joyfulness, it strengthens you.
Right.
But when I hear sad things and violations and offensive things, it breaks you. It has an effect on your spirit, for crying out loud. Weighs you down. You don't want to hear a righteous man or a person that's pursuing righteousness don't want to hear bad news all the time. He said, man, I'm tired of hearing all this. I'm tired of hearing this. This happening here. This is always happening here. Y'all can never get this right. You don't want to hear that all the time. Because it weakens you. You the one get the effect. That's right. Let's read.
Hide thy face from my sins.
Hide thy face from my iniquities.
And blot out all mine iniquities.
Blot out all my iniquities. Erase it.
Create in me a clean heart, O God.
Create in me a clean heart. These are things that we need to be asking God.
That's right.
Because this heart that I have here is no good. This heart that I have here is not a heart of flesh. I have a stony heart. And I need God to create in me a clean heart. Okay? Only God can do that. You can't do it yourself. Because God is removing sin and replacing it with good. But in order for God to do that for you, I got to be pushing. I got to move forward. I got to push towards righteousness, towards the things that is lawful and right by God. To get his attention for him to do that. Time sheet.
Create in me a clean heart, O
Uh-huh.
God, and renew a right spirit within me.
Uh-huh.
Cast me not away from thy presence, and take not thy Holy Spirit from me.
Cast me not away from thy presence. Uh-huh. And take not what?
Thy Holy Spirit from
Uh-huh.
me.
Uh-huh.
Restore unto me the joy of thy salvation, and uphold me with thy free spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Then will I teach transgressors thy ways, and sinners shall be converted unto thee.
What verse you at?
At 14.
Go ahead.
Deliver me from blood guiltiness, O God, thou God of my salvation, and my tongue shall sing aloud of thy righteousness.
Uh-huh. Read.
O Lord, open thou my lips, and my mouth shall show forth thy praise. For thy desire is not sacrifice.
God, you don't desire sacrifice. Uh-huh.
Else I will give it.
Uh-huh.
Thou delightest not in
You
burnt
don't
offerings.
delight in burnt offerings.
The sacrifices of God
The
are a
sacrifice
broken
of God
spirit.
is what?
A broken
spirit.
Break yourself.
A broken spirit, man.
It's the ultimate sin.
Yo,
You
a
don't need-
broken spirit.
So we gotta
You know what a broken spirit is?
humble yourself to God.
A broken. In order to have that broken spirit, you gotta acknowledge your fault.
That's right.
Because you're able to tell yourself and humble yourself and tell yourself that you're wrong.
That's right. You can't even break yourself.
All right.
God bless that.
Now, a broken spirit is a humble spirit.
Man,
It's not a proud spirit.
man,
It's not a boisterous spirit.
man.
A broken spirit can do God's laws.
Man.
A broken spirit goes hand in hand with a contrite spirit.
That's right.
A broken and a contrite heart, oh God, thou will not despise. Contrite is a feeling or expressing remorse or penitence affected by guilt of your wrongdoing.
Yeah, feel bad with it.
The key word is expressing. I did wrong. And now, because I have a broken and a contrite spirit, I'm able to go to the person that I did wrong and express my guilt and express my wrongness that I did to offend you.
Right.
Man, y'all playing games, man. Y'all think y'all doing law. Read the book, man, and study. Now you're going to see what doing law and what following God is about. That's one of them.
All we doing is wearing costumes. That's my father.
What's wrong with us, man? What is wrong with us? What's wrong with us, man? You hear what contrite is? I gotta read it again.
Talk about it, man.
Feeling or expressing remorse or penitence affected by guilt of your wrongdoing. But in order to do that, you had to acknowledge that you was wrong.
Yeah.
But the pride in you won't allow you to get to acknowledge that you was wrong. What's remorse? Deep regrets or guilt for a wrong you had committed, which means you are sorrowful. You're sorry for what you did.
That's right.
And when you're sorry for what you did, you don't do it again.
You don't do it again.
You don't keep doing it because you're not sorry.
That's right.
You're not sorry.
That's right.
Even though you offend and the person come humble and say, why? You continue.
You get more voice.
Let's hit up Proverbs 13.
You gonna get your head bust.
Let's go to Proverbs 13.
Talk about
Proverbs chapter 13. Yeah, we're gonna take some time. We're gonna definitely take time. Yes. Got it?
Got it.
All right, read it.
A wise son heareth his father's instruction.
In the Hebrew it says, Bang Hakam Musar Ab. A father instructs a wise son. A father instructs a wise son. So he's choosy with who he instructs. May call this one, call that one, leave this one out, leave that one out, leave that one out. Get you straight instructions. Or I ain't telling this one because this one he don't listen. He's hard-headed, he don't listen when I say it, so I leave him. You come here, you come here, you come here. It's a father instructs a wise son. Huh? Let's go.
But a scorner hear it not rebuke.
What is, I'm jumping the gun. Let's go back to verse 1. It's getting real good now. Verse 1 is instructions. The word for instructions is musad. Musad means reproof. Musad means reprimand. Musad means ethics. Musad also means to chastise. Huh? So the word, when we learning and reading about God, you got to look up the words in the Hebrew and go into the dictionary to know what to stay away from and what not to stay away from, what to do and what not to do. Don't formulate your own ideas. Don't formulate your own definitions. And the definition that you get from the Hebrew dictionary and the definition that you get from the English dictionary, guess what? It got to correlate with the book. It got to correlate with what the book says. When you go into these dictionaries and they don't correlate with what the book says, the dictionary is wrong. The word and the definition that you got for that word is wrong because it doesn't correlate with what the book says.
That's right.
Reproof. What's reproof? Reproof is criticism. Criticism is good, and you have bad criticism. You have good criticism, and you have bad criticism. You know what criticism? The reproof is criticism for a fault, right? When you criticize, you consider the merits. What is the merits? The merits is the good that you did, right? And the demerits, which is the bad or the fault that you did, right? And judge the matter righteously. So in order to do that, I got to have a diligent inquisition.
That's right.
I got to find out what this brother said.
That's right.
And I got to find out what this brother said.
That's right.
And I got to judge the matter accordingly.
Clown.
By what? By the information that I'm getting. Sometimes you don't know who to believe. Because one person say one thing and the other say one thing because there's no truth. So guess what? I can't believe nobody because y'all not saying the truth. You saying something different, you Garcon, and you, unforgotten, you saying something different. You know why? You know why we say things differently? You know why? Because truth is not in us. We don't have truth in us to humble ourselves and say, man, this is what happened.
Word.
This and this happened. This and this and this and this happened. Not caring if by me telling the truth, it brings you down. That's why people don't do it. It's against you.
This is against you. They're going to tell the truth.
Right. Say the truth. And acknowledge the truth. Acknowledge your fault. I'm sorry. That's the only way you're going to get good with God.
That's right.
I got to be able to fess up to my fault and apologize for the things that I did first. Because if I can't do that with one-on-one, you ain't going to do it with God.
Facts.
You ain't going to do it with God. Paulie said that all the time. If you can't respect what's in front of you, you can't respect God. If you can't honor me, what makes you think you're going to honor God? Those are the words of my pops.
You can't honor your parents.
Those are the words of pops.
God. Talking about. You got a costume on.
Reprimand. Reprimand is what? A formal reproof. That's a formal reproof. I got to come to you and tell you that you did wrong. Yo, you shouldn't have done that. You did this. The book said this. Don't do that. You was wrong. And you got to have some type of good in you to accept it. But you ain't got no good in you because you refuse to accept the wrong that you did.
Yeah.
The one other definition is ethics. Ethics is what? Moral principles. Moral principles that governs a person's behavior or the conducting of activities. My moral principles is set up by God. Moral principles is already set up by this book. And I judge everything according to the book. Not according to what I think, how I feel. None of that counts. None of that counts. All right? It takes self-discipline to follow those things. It takes self-discipline to follow these things. You got to have a certain amount of discipline in yourself to follow these things. Let's read.
A man shall.
What verse?
What is it? Say the same verse first.
Yeah, go ahead.
But a scorner hear it not rebuke.
Yo, we really gonna get into that word there, scorner. You know what a scorner is? Let's. A jester or a buffoon. A jester, when you joke, it means to taunt jokingly. To taunt jokingly. What is a taunt? I ain't look at the word taunt. To taunt jokingly. Another definition is a buffoon. A buffoon is a ridiculous, amusing person. You know what a ridiculous, amusing person is? A ridiculous, amusing person. I'm saying things to offend you, but at the same time, I'm making people laugh. You want to do the dance?
That's why people get punched in the face, y'all.
You want to do the dance? So do a dance.
People get punched in the face.
See the book? Happen. My brother Zachariah, man, my brother Prince Zachariah said what? He said the book shows you who you are.
Oh yeah.
That's the realest. That's the realest he ever. That's the one of the realest things he ever said. Yeah. What? No, he said the book show you who you are. That's right. The book shows you who you are, man. When you read this and you say, "Wow, I do that.
I gotta fix that.
I do that. I make jokes offending people, and I do that, man."
They didn't like it.
Not me personally. I stopped doing that. I used to do it.
I don't like it. It's not a good feeling.
Yo, but people do that, man. And the book, like the brother said last night, the book shows you who you are. If you really act truth with yourself. Those proverbs ain't no joke.
Deal with your heart.
Hey, these proverbs deals with your ways in your heart to show you how God wants you to be, how you need to be accepted by God. The Psalms. Tell me what taunt is.
Taunt. To reproach or challenge.
To reproach or challenge.
In a mocking.
Or
insulting manner.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Or the ridicule. Or the second meaning is
ridicule. That's right. Let's go. Let's read. Let's go back to where we was at. We are in Proverbs 13, verse 2.
A man shall eat good by the fruit of his mouth.
A man gonna eat good by the fruit of his mouth. You going to work? Oh, you gonna eat good. You put in work. You put the work in. You got the money to buy the food, the sustenance that you need. So you're gonna eat good by the work of your hands, Tom C.
But the soul of the transgressor shall eat violence.
But the soul of the transgressor shall eat violence. The word for transgressor is bogdim. The root word for bogdim is bagad. Bagad means treacherous. Huh? Treacherous is guilty of betrayal. Betrayal means to betray means to fail or desert. No, treacherous is guilty of betrayal or deception. Two things that tells you that you're a treacherous sucker. Betrayal and deception. What is deception? I said one thing and I go against what I said. That's treacherous. That's treachery. Betrayal. Betray, it means to fail or desert in time or need. That's heavy.
Yeah.
That's hell heavy, man. To fail, I can fail you because I'm expecting a certain reaction or certain duty from you, but I'm not coming through. So I betrayed you. I betrayed you. I can be treacherous against my parents.
That's right.
This is why it's not safe and it ain't good not to be around.
That's right. Clown.
Yeah, it's not good. I could have moved to Jersey,
Yeah, talk about
but I
it, bro.
decided not to move to Jersey and stay here and buy this expensive house in Brooklyn, New York, to stay close to my mother and my
Yeah, talk
father.
about it, bro. Talk about it, bro.
You got jobs lined up for you all the way across the aisle.
Talk about it, bro.
But you decide not to take that job to stay close to your parents.
Yeah.
Because when you do opposite, that's called treachery.
Yeah.
Treacherous.
That's what I did. Leave me alone.
Treacherous.
My face.
Right? It said to desert. To desert means what? To abandon a person or a cause. Or a cause in a way considered disloyal.
Go, man.
That's treachery, man.
Let's go, man.
That shows disloyalty.
That shows
That what
disloyalty.
you did.
Exactly.
There are actions.
That's right. Tamshi.
But he that keepeth his mouth, keepeth his life.
He that keepeth his mouth, keepeth his life. You don't mess around and get emotional and run off your mouth. Run off your mouth. Run off your mouth.
Yeah.
Stop running off your mouth. You run off your mouth. You say the wrong thing. Now, it's what happened to you.
Yeah.
Now what happened?
Yeah.
You done mess around and said the wrong thing
Wrong
out your
thing
mouth.
out your mouth, clown.
Wrong thing out your mouth.
Clown.
Why? Because you done got emotional.
That emotion, like a little girl, like a little woman.
Let's read.
But he that openeth wide his lips shall have destruction.
But he that openeth wide his lips, man, you just say anything. You're going to destroy yourself. You're going to put yourself in trouble with God. Because you get too over-angry or so emotionally and start boiling and running in your mouth.
You don't even realize what you're saying.
No
Clown.
discretion at all.
Right.
The
Let's
soul,
read.
the soul of the sluggard.
The soul of the sluggard. Who's the
Desire.
sluggard? The sluggard is the lazy man. The soul of the sluggard is desire it. This lazy sucker wants everything. He desire and he wants everything. But you ain't doing nothing to get it. You want everything to come to you. Go ahead.
And hath nothing.
Ain't got nothing.
But the soul of the diligent shall be made back.
The soul of the diligent. The word for diligent is karuzim. Karuzim means the determined. The soul of the determined. The sharp. And when you're determined, you're quick to notice. You're quick to hear, understand. And you react to things quick. You don't take your time. That's saying a whole mouthful. You can be quick to notice the good, and you can be quick to notice the bad within yourself. That's a determined person. I can notice when I'm going off real quick, and I put myself in line.
That's right.
And I can notice when I'm on the right track.
Right.
That's a determined person. Immediately. And you, guess what? You react to things quick. You don't take your time. You don't put God on a determined person. Don't put God on the back burner.
When I'm ready
Tell my God, hey, listen, Lord, I know I'm violating the law, Most High, but I can't do it right now. Just hold on for a minute. Who the hell you think you're talking to?
Hold on. When I'm ready to pray to God, that's when I put on my nice gown. How you sound? You ain't gonna never be ready.
It said the fat, right?
Clown.
Means prosperous.
Verse 5.
Uh-huh.
A righteous man hateth lying,
Uh-oh.
but a wicked
A righteous man hated lying. In the Hebrew, it says, Dibar Shekwed, Yisna Zadik. The Hebrew pronunciation is A righteous man hated a lying matter. A righteous man hated lying words. Tom C.
A righteous man hateth lying, but a wicked man is loathsome.
A wicked man is loathsome and coming to shame. I told you the book shows you who you are.
Right.
I said the book shows you who you are. What's loathsome? The word for loathsome is ba'ash. Beit, aleph, sheen. Ba'ash means foul. What does foul mean? Offensive to the senses. Hated, unpleasant, or distressing to the senses.
I don't want to see that.
We're going to get into that right now. A person offensive to the senses is extremely unpleasant. Unpleasant. You ain't pleasant. You're opposite to pleasant. You're unpleasant. So you do and say unpleasant things.
Yeah.
Your actions is unpleasant. The voice, your speech is unpleasant.
Yeah.
Because you're foul and you're wicked.
Yeah.
The book shows you the ways of wicked people.
Yes, sir.
The book shows you the ways of righteous people.
That's right.
Right? Offensive to the senses is extremely unpleasant. Repellent. You know what repellent means? If I'm repellent, I push you away.
That's right.
If I'm repellent, I push you away.
That's right.
Those type of people can be chiefs, princes,
That's
and
right.
officers. See, there's a manner that comes with being an officer.
Those type of people push themselves.
Those type of people can't be kings. Because then you're not going to have a gathering of people.
That's right. Get up out of here, clown.
Repulsive means to stir up. You stir up trouble. You stir up intense disgust and hatred. You stir this up.
That's a fact. Talk about it, man.
Let's read.
Righteousness keepeth him that is upright in the way.
Righteousness keepeth him that is upright in the way. The word for upright is tam. Tau mim. It means perfect. Righteousness keepeth him that is perfect in the ways of God. How do you be perfect in the ways of God? You keep pushing without slipping. You keep doing these laws without sliding, without sinning presumptuously. Let's read.
But wickedness overthroweth the sinner.
Uh-oh. The word for overthrow it is a different word. The word for overthrow it is salef. He said, but wickedness overthroweth the sinner. The word for overthrow it is salef. It means perverted or crooked. The wickedness that I do will pervert me. The wickedness that I do in my life is what's going to turn me away from God. It's going to pervert my mind. It's going to pervert my actions. That's why we do the things we do. And we can't see that it's wrong because I'm so wicked, and the wickedness that's in me is what's causing me to turn away from God. So I'm not going to do nothing right. I'm not going to do nothing right because I'm already perverted and crooked. Let's read.
There is that maketh himself rich, yet hath nothing.
There is that making himself rich. He said, but yet he ain't got nothing. He ain't got nothing. How see?
Yet there is that maketh himself poor,
Uh-huh.
yet hath great riches.
Yet have great riches. The man is poor, but he got great riches. He got a lot.
Look like he's poor.
Look like he's poor, but he got it. Uh-huh.
The ransom of a man's life or his riches. But
Uh-huh.
the poor heareth not rebuke.
The poor hear it, not rebuke. Read.
The light of the righteous rejoiceth, but the lamp of the wicked shall be put out. Only by pride cometh
He
contention.
said, read that out. The light
The
of
light
the
of the righteous rejoiceth, but the lamp of the wicked shall be put out.
Tom see?
Only by pride cometh contention.
Only by pride cometh contention.
This way, this way.
Only because of the amount of pride and you so proud and the pride that you have in you.
That's why you always
That's why you always arguing and strife and arguments always going down with you. The book, man, I tell you, it's the realest this man ever said. He said the book shows you who you are. So now if you see yourself always in a contention and strife and arguing and debate, If you see yourself always in a contention or a quarrel or a strife or debate, it means I've got too much pride in me. I have a lot of pride in me. Let's read.
Only by pride cometh contention, but with the well-advised is wisdom.
With the well-advised is wisdom. What is the well-advised? A well-advised person acts and moves in wisdom, takes heed to wise counsel. Proper deliberation is the act of thinking about or discussing something and deciding carefully. Carefully. So I don't offend God and I don't offend you. So I got to make the wise decision in this matter. I don't want to offend nobody. Number one, I don't want to offend God. So I have to judge this matter accordingly, man. So that I don't offend God and I don't want to offend you. It's not about sides. It's about being on the right side, on the correct side, so that I can be correct with God and I can be accepted of God. He don't look at me and blow up the top of my head for siding with wickedness. No. Let's read.
Wealth gotten by vanity.
What verse you at?
Verse 11.
Let's
Wealth
read.
gotten by vanity shall be diminished.
Oh yeah, it's gonna blow. It's gone. Read.
But he that gathereth by labor shall increase.
But he that gathereth by labor, you're gonna increase. That's right. Read.
Hope deferred maketh the heart sick.
Hope deferred maketh the heart sick. Hope is what? Your expectations. Your expectations. So I'm expecting this. He said hope deferred. What do I mean by deferred? Deferred means delayed. When you put something off, it ain't happening. I'm expecting it to happen and it ain't going down. Because I was told that it's going to happen. This is going to do this. We're going to do this. And then that's what happened. And what happened? It's been delayed. Oh, I can't do it again. You know that feeling, bro? You know that feeling when you're banking on something that you asked for and you really need and then it doesn't come through? Makes you want to cry. Makes you want to cry, man. He said, hope deferred maketh the heart sick. Sick. But when the desire cometh,
it is a
tree of life. Oh, yeah. Tamshi.
Whoso despiseth the word shall be destroyed.
Whoso despiseth the word. What word? The word of God. The commandments of God. Whoso despiseth the word shall be destroyed. Tamshi.
But he that feareth the commandment shall be rewarded.
Now the word for destroyed, it means shall suffer pain and suffering. Hey, man. Say, man. Pain and suffering. I ain't gonna go no deeper. I ain't gonna go no further. Go ahead, read.
The law of the wise is a fountain of life.
But he that feareth the commandments shall be rewarded. But he that feareth the commandments shall be rewarded. The word for rewarded is shulam. Shall be complete. Shall be whole. Shall be at peace. Shall be safe. That's right. Because you fear God and you fear Him to keep His commandments. So that's what's going to make you whole and complete with God. Tamshi.
The law of the wise is a fountain of life. To depart from the
law of the wise is a fountain of life. Read.
To depart from the snares of death.
Let's go.
Good understanding giveth favor.
Good understanding. Give it favor. Read.
But the way of transgressors is hard.
The way. I told you the book shows you who you are. The book shows you who you are, Johnny. The way of a transgressor is hard. So now we look up the word hard in Hebrew. And then you look up the word in English that the Hebrew word gave it. The word in Hebrew for hard is not quashet, which is, it doesn't mean hard. It says etam, aleph, yod, tau, nun. It means perennial. The way of the transgressor is perennial. We know what perennial is? Perennial means lasting or existing for a long time. They're not going to change. The way of a transgressor stays the same. There's no changing in getting better and doing good with the way of a transgressor.
Don't expect good.
Don't expect good from them.
That's what he said.
That's heavy, man. Let's read.
Every prudent man dealeth with knowledge.
Every prudent man deals with everything with knowledge.
I don't know.
Look, man, and the reason why people don't deal with everything with knowledge is because they're not prudent. They don't govern and discipline themselves by the use of the reasoning of God. Because when you govern and discipline yourself, you acknowledge your fault and you can tell yourself, I'm wrong, before you notice it. But they don't do that. They say they're right all the time. So because they say that they're right all the time, they're not prudent. So therefore, they don't handle situations according to what they know, which is the knowledge. Knowledge is the know-how.
That's correct.
What verse we at? 15?
Verse 16.
16, right?
Yeah.
It says, now, you only speak on, I could only speak on. Huh? That's what I'm going to say. I can only speak on what I know or what you know. Guess what else? Experience.
Uh-oh.
Guess what else?
Uh-oh.
What you studied in.
Uh-oh.
Those are the only three things that you can speak on. What you know, what you experience, and what you study.
Experience is the best teacher, they say.
They say experience is the best teacher because you've been through it.
When a person say how to experience,
Okay.
people don't listen.
Guess what else? I got some more lists.
Uh-huh.
Not off of speculations.
Uh-uh.
Not off of speculations.
Speculation.
Not off of your mind.
No.
Guess what else? Not off of intuition.
Oh, no. Forget that. Intuition. No.
Look, all those things, they're doubts. All those things,
Yeah.
you could be wrong
It's good. It's amazing.
and you could be right.
Yeah.
There's an up and down
Yeah.
with that.
Space. You can play
You
with
see
it.
that? Up and down.
Yeah.
Maybe you're right in this intuition.
Not about
But next week, your intuition was wrong.
It's changed now.
It's up and down. You're not always right with your damn intuition.
You fluctuate.
And your speculations, your intuition, speculations, or intuitions. What your fecal mind done told you.
What you speculated here. AKA scheme.
You kidding me?
Talk about it.
Kidding me?
Talk about
They
it.
wet the vocals a little bit. Let's read.
Right, bro. It said, every prudent man dealing with knowledge,
Every prudent man dealing with knowledge,
but a fool layeth open his folly.
he's open with it. He don't hide his folly. Yo, this dude is open with his folly, with his foolishness. Go ahead.
A wicked messenger falleth into mischief.
A wicked messenger falleth into mischief.
Uh-oh.
A wicked messenger, that's the messenger that comes and tell you evil and wicked tales, spread lies. That same person gonna fall into trouble.
Yeah.
You gotta wonder why you get into the things you get into. What are you doing that's causing this? What are you doing?
Talk about
Let's
it.
read. But a
But
faithful,
a faithful ambassador is health.
oh my goodness. You know what a faithful ambassador is? A faithful ambassador, that's a faithful messenger. A faithful ambassador is reliable.
You
You can trust them.
You can rely on this.
A faithful ambassador, their work is valuable. And of great benefit to others.
That's correct.
That's a faithful ambassador, a faithful messenger. You a faithful messenger will be of benefits to other people.
Facts.
Tom C.
Poverty and shame shall be to him that refuseth instruction.
Poverty and shame shall be to him that refuse instructions. that refuse reproof and reprimands.
But he that regarded reproof
Shall be
shall be
honored.
honored.
Tom Sheep.
The desire accomplished is sweet to the soul.
The desire accomplished is sweet to the soul. You have accomplished what you desire. Man, that's a sweetness that. Go ahead.
But it is abomination to fools to depart from evil.
But it's an abomination to fools to depart from evil. To leave off from things that is unlawful from God. Go ahead.
He that walketh with wise men shall be wise.
Shall be wise.
But a companion of fools shall be destroyed. Evil pursueth sinners.
Evil pursueth sinners. Right? Evil pursueth sinners. And guess what? Sinners pursues evil. It goes hand in hand. It's vice versa. It goes hand in hand. Evil pursues the sinner and sinners pursue evil. The sinner ain't going to pursue righteousness. The sinner ain't going to pursue goodness and righteousness by God. It's not going to happen.
Talk about it.
Tom C.
But to the righteous, good shall be repaid.
But to the righteous, good shall be repaid. And with that, I already got one board. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, teacher indeed, Chief Mikhail, Ben Level.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob. Giving all due respect to my father and my teacher and the leader, Chief Eleazar Ben Dodo, tribe of Lewi. All due respect to visitors, chief friends, princemen, brothers and sisters, mothers in Israel. I bid you out of the tongue of our forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Mecca.
Okay, we're going to go straight in there and we're going to go to the Apocrypha. We're going to go to Ecclesiastics, chapter 28. Yeah, Ecclesiasticus chapter 28. From the top.
He that revengeth shall find vengeance from El Israel, and he will surely keep his iniquities in remembrance.
He said, he that revengeth shall find vengeance from the Lord. Meaning, if you're a person that's, he was saying about avenging you. Well, he did this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. He said, you're going to find vengeance from God. God going to start exacting vengeance from you. Okay? Because how you deal with people is how God going to deal with you.
That's right.
He's saying he will surely keep his sins in remembrance. God ain't going to forget that person's sins, a person that's like that. He's not going to forget their sins because he's not doing anything. I mean, he's not pardoning anybody. He's not giving out no mercy. He's not saying, you know what, let me forget about that. So God is not going to say, nah, I ain't going to forget about what you did. It's the same thing.
Forgive thy neighbor the hurt that he hath done unto thee. So shall thy iniquities also be forgiven without praise.
It didn't say forgive your enemy.
No.
Right or wrong?
No.
That's right.
It said forgive your neighbor, your brother. Who else you going to forgive? Who else going to forgive you? So he said, forgive him the hurt that he did unto you. All right? He said, so shall thy sins also be forgiven when you pray. You ain't all that correct either.
That's right.
But you got to be easy now. Okay? With the coming down and hard and the rebuking and the hold up. Because you ain't doing it to yourself. And God see that. He said, so I don't see, if you can see that about that person, why you don't see it about yourself? Why you don't come down on yourself like that? So that's when God comes down on that person. He say, when he pray or she pray or they pray or whoever, a person like that, he said, his sins also be forgiven. He said, so shall thy sins also be forgiven when thou prayest. Because I've been, you know what I'm saying? I don't forgive. And look, in this issue here, look, I don't know what's wrong with me. I wouldn't have let him go. I wouldn't jack down. I would have let him do it, right? But something that makes say, you know what, man, leave it alone. Yeah, but he doesn't. Let him go. Don't worry about it. It's in my power, right? Because everybody want to get you. because of what you did to me, right? But I said, now leave him. Okay? That's a good trait. And you want to be that way so you get the same picture from the Most High when you pray to him. Because you've been giving that up. Tumshi.
Ecclesiastes 28, verse 3. One man beareth in hatred against another.
He said one guy hate another guy. Uh-huh.
And doth he seek pardon from Israel?
I hate you, but look. I want God to overlook everything I do. And I want him to pardon me. And I want him to show me mercy and forgive me. But I hate you.
Yeah.
And I'm not giving that up. Time sheet. It's just showing all these things show what we have. We have in our hearts.
Set it before us.
Okay?
Set it before us.
The book shows you
All
who you
right.
are.
This is no direct shot to nobody or to anybody or to another kid.
Right.
Nothing. This is
Right.
not what this is about.
Right.
This is
Right.
about me
Right.
recognizing
Right.
what I have here and in here, and
Let's go.
you recognizing what you have here and in here. That's all it is. I just feel that way because everything this man teach about, this guy say, I think it's me because I do it. Because I have it in me. Because I am that way.
Set it before us. Set it before us.
That's the problem there. Okay? So these things here, look, man, you read about yourself like the man says. So now, like I told y'all last week, when you get the definition of these words, check your heart according to the definition. That's why we're giving you what these words mean. So you can get the clearance of what God wants you to do. Okay? How he wants you to react. Okay? Tom Sheep.
He showeth no mercy to a man, which is like himself, and that he asks forgiveness of his own iniquities. And he that is but flesh nourish hatred, who will entreat for the pardon of his iniquities?
He said, if he that is but flesh nourish hatred, he said, who going to entreat for pardon of his sins? This guy's flesh.
Uh-huh.
All he do is nourish hatred.
Uh-huh.
He eats it and he gives it out. He gives it, but who's going to entreat for his sins? Nobody.
Yeah.
Nobody. Because all he's doing is nourishing. All right? And when you do that, not too many people are going to like you. Not too many people are going to be concerned with you. They say, oh man, you don't care. Remember what he did or remember what she did over there? Remember what they said? You bring that back on yourself now. Okay? This is also part of self-destruction. All right? Tom Sheep.
Remember thy end and let enmity cease.
Remember your end. You know what your end is, right? When you die.
Uh-huh.
Remember that you are going to die.
Right.
We don't live forever.
That's
We
right.
act like we do.
That's right.
But you do not live forever. There's one day your ticket getting punched. Do you ever, do you ever walk going about your business and just think, yeah, one day I'm going to die? Did you ever think about it? You see people say, oh, wow, this person died today. Celebrity, wow. That person's time came. That's just to remind you your time is coming. So it's saying, remember your end. You don't want to be at fault with God in any way when that time comes. That's why it's saying, remember your end. The men who wrote these proverbs and these wise sayings served God. So they know what they're talking about. They were truthful with themselves and with God.
That's right.
Corrected themselves and lived their life correct before God, as God prescribed. So they said, you know what? Break it down for some of these people who has made up their mind to serve God. And if they don't see it over here, they're going to see it here. Because it's going to be plain and simple. I mean, look, I said, wow, okay, that's me. I can't do that no more. And I be feeling justified because of what you did or what you said. But I can't let what you did and what you said make me get out of my character.
That's right.
With God and how God's, because it's going to make me sin. It's going to make me go into physical sin because I'm not incorrect here. So I cannot allow You know what I'm saying? And I see that happens to people. I say, well, this guy's right, this guy's wrong. But the guy that's right, let the guy that's wrong get to him or get to her. You understand what I'm saying? Because you have to be aware. Because I could get so we read it. I'm pushing about God. I'm talking about God, but I'm violating God's commandments. But I'm using God's name. Not noticing though. That's Meshuggah. And that's why you have to, these things tell you if you're so and it's like that, when this situation come up again, you're going to remember, it's going to come to you. It's going to come to you. Because you're hearing it a lot, reading it a lot. It's going to come to you and say, oh, this is what you recognize about yourself. And this is where you make a change. But look, I don't feel like making a change because this person here, or it may be coming from a person I don't like, or it's a heathen. You got to be on point, man. We say we follow God and we serve God, but we're not on point up here.
Right.
We're not on point in the streets.
Right.
Let alone being on point with God. So we let ourselves, I'm my biggest distraction. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. I am in my own way of serving God. I am in my way of correcting myself. You know what that is? Pride. You heard earlier when it said broken spirit? It sounds like the person's down. Oh man, I'm broken up. No, you just break your spirit of pride. Now God is dealing with you because, oh, hey, he got a broken spirit. A broken spirit, a spirit that got broken of pride. That spirit had pride and you broke it. You broke your pride to do this. That's the broken spirit. That's the broken hearted. That's the contrite. That's the forgiven soul. Okay? Tamshi.
Remember corruption and death.
So you said, remember thy end and let what?
Enmity cease.
What's enmity? Hatred. Hatred. Ain't got no business hating over here. God tell you what to hate. He tell you what to love. He tell you who to fear, what to fear, who to honor, everything, right?
Yes.
So leave that stuff alone and let it cease. Sometimes people say, oh, you know what, man? Just leave it alone.
Yeah.
People get commands from authority to leave it alone. People go to the judge about it in court. The guy will say, well, look, man, I'm not judging in your favor. This is stalemate here. Nobody favor. Bang. That means leave it alone. Because when they say in this book here, in this law, they said whatever the judges determine, right? If I go against what the judges determine, which is the sentence, what gets done to me?
Well, we put out. Same thing.
Same thing that no. If I don't do what the judges determine, I get put to death.
Put to death, yes.
In another matter now, if I put a charge on you, come up with charges on you, and they be false, the judge is going to determine that whatever charge that I was throwing at you, whatever that penalty was, I get that.
Right.
Okay? But there's another part of the law that said whatever the judges determine, you shall do. Now, if he go against that, you got a problem with that.
Yeah.
You put that guy to death.
Yeah.
If you don't do what that judge determines. You see how you say, wow, that's so extreme. Well, you got to put to death. You know why? That's the only thing that's going to put fear in you.
That's right.
Think about it.
That's right.
We're hard, gangster.
Yeah.
We let it hang, right? You're so that it builds your pride to where you don't see yourself falling down or falling in line with no type of authority. Even if you do, okay, well, this is the authority here, but I got limits. You're not supposed to have limits. Well, who you honor, you're not supposed to have limits. Okay? Well, who you're fearing, we have limits. If you check your heart, you will see you have limits. Just don't lie to yourself. Okay? And that's what this correction is about. He said, let enmity cease. He said, remember corruption and death. He said, remember these things. In other words, you see these things, remember it, do the things that keep you away from it. That's why I say, remember these things. He said, remember your end. Remember, you're going to die. Remember, let enmity cease. Remember corruption and death. Remember this, remember that, so that you can abide. Abide means to live in, to walk in, to dwell in thy commandments. These are the things that's supposed to be a catalyst for you to do the right thing. You got to have something to make you go the right way. There got to be penalties. There got to be a boundary.
Things that make you say,
Okay? Tom Sheep.
Remember the commandments. And there's no malice to thy neighbor.
Remember the commandments.
Oh, man.
I mean, in certain situations that come up, thing is supposed to come up.
Come up. That's right.
It's supposed to come up.
That's right.
Amongst yourself, 2 people or 3 people, certain people say, oh, no, because that got this in it. That's unclean. Remember the commandments. Right. You know, when we forget the commandments, when I get mad at you, or I get mad at anything,
Commandments is out the window.
it's just not mad though. It's just not mad. I get too happy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's an emotion also.
That's right.
Because I'm not so overjoyed about serving God. What am I so happy about? Yeah, think about it. These emotions had to be channeled correctly, like God said. Tom Sheep.
Remember the covenant of the highest. And wink at ignorance.
Wink at ignorance. Certain things. And I know y'all heard me say it. I said, yo, man, don't even pin that no mind, man.
That's right.
that's
Let that walk. Let that go. Let that abomination keep going. He said, and I don't. He said, don't follow up everything. My mother used to tell me that. Why you gotta follow up everything?
Yeah.
They're doing it because they like to see you that way. And somebody told me that one day. I said, yo, why are you doing this? You see it, you doing it, you know I don't like it. They said, I like to see when you get upset. And I noticed it. You know, somebody told me that, and that wasn't the only. I said, oh, wow. People do like to see Mick upset.
That's great.
I said, that's not a good thing, because I don't do good things when I'm upset. So I don't want none of those people that like to get me upset around.
Yeah.
No, you got to watch. This is how people are. This is the heights of wickedness today. It wasn't even like that.
Yeah, I fought about it.
I had to have a reason to come messing with you.
Yeah.
Pull my sword out. We don't have to have a reason today.
They just do it.
Little kids don't have to have a reason. They just walk up. He pick the knife up and stick you with it.
Yeah.
There was a spoon there. Why he ain't pick the spoon up? Little. From in the heart, we're born with these things. With evil intent, malice, to harm, to insult, to make you feel bad and make me feel good. It's a superiority complex. And the reason why people have superiority complex is that they don't serve God. You're not going to have all these dysfunctional things going on in your head when you're serving God. I'm not going to be insecure about myself when I serve God. You see that? We fall victim to the corruption of evil in the mind amongst the heathen. That's where all these things come from. That's why people got to go to marriage counseling. This guy got to go to psychology. This little kid, the little kid, he can't stay still. ADD, give him pills, shove pills down his mouth. All that comes from the commandments being broken from the parents, the grandparents, on down. In each house, every generation, the same evil's going on. What do you think it's not just the diet? That it said, man shall not live by bread alone. Y'all know what that means? You don't just live by eating. You live by the commandment of God. Eating doesn't put you to sleep, and eating doesn't wake you up. Tom Sheep.
Abstain from strife, and thou shalt diminish thy iniquities.
He said, abstain from strife.
And he diminish your iniquities.
Once you see something getting out of hand, abstain. Stop. Leave it alone. Walk away. Sometimes you should be able to see this is all this is going to cause. This is but wait, I said, man, because all it's going to cause is what? Strife.
It says abstains from strife, and you shall diminish yourself.
Oh, I ain't get to that part yet. Stop jumping my gun. Stop jumping my gun. Stop jumping my gun.
Wow.
Look, but first you got to abstain. Forget diminishing nothing. You have to abstain. See, we just found out today. If you wasn't listening before, you found out today you can't do sacrifices. What was the whole object of the children of Israel sacrificing to God? To keep sins off them,
Gain God's
and staying in the favor of God. That's it.
That's right.
That's the whole thing. All right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't have that no more.
No.
We don't have the tools. We don't have the animals. We don't have the people. We don't have the priests. We don't have the place. We don't have none of that. Okay? You pray towards that place. That place is not there. I'm telling y'all, when you face the east, you're supposed to be not facing the east to face the sun. You're facing the east because that's where the temple is at in Jerusalem. And we are far away, like Solomon said. We have been taken far away, captive. And we are all the way across the other side of the world. He said you face the east towards this place. But that place is not there now. So when you pray towards that place, there is no effect. So the only thing you have left now is raw, like Muhammad said. He said you got to do it raw. Read, do. Read, do. Read. Ain't that what he told us? Read and do. Everybody else's philosophies don't matter. I'm tired of cutting on the computer. Let's say, let me check. And I'm hearing things that's not in the book. It's not in the law. And it's for comments and commentary and inquiry. All these things is no good. I'm hearing too much Judaism. Judaism, yeah. I'm hearing too much amongst Israelites. Now, man, I'm going to just ask a question. I'm going to ask a question. I'm Israel, right? Right?
Right.
Do I have to convert to be a Jew? Ain't I a Jew? Am I not a Jew already? I'm an official Jew? I'm a Hebrew. Why do I have to convert today? Why? I'm seeing a lot of that going on. You don't have to convert. That's where now, this is why everybody's teaching Judaism. This is why they say, cut your hair. This is where they're getting it from.
Play around.
This is where they're getting it from. The cutting of the hair, the beard, the eating of the blood, everything they're doing. The parshat, everything is coming from Judaism. Y'all need to leave it alone. You don't need to read nothing else to learn what God requires of you, but in the Old Testament.
That's it.
Verse 5.
That's it, Johnny.
The rest of it is the history of the people who followed and didn't follow. That's it. You don't need nothing else. We didn't need nothing else. He said, thou shalt not steal. What you need to understand that?
That's right.
What do you need? Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Don't lie on your neighbor. Don't make up stories on them. Don't be a lying witness on them. What other book do you need from any other creep to tell you that? None. Israel, y'all need to leave that Judaism alone. Because that's where they're getting it from. That's why they say you can celebrate your birthday. I don't see nothing wrong with celebrating your birthday. I don't see nothing wrong with that. You can do this, you can eat that, you can do this, because in Judaism, you can do it. You go on Kingston Avenue, they outside playing on the Shabbat right now. Some of their businesses are still open. They got barbershops up there. All right? When I was a kid, they never had barbershops on Kingston. Right or wrong? Never. They got a sushi bar on Kingston Avenue. Sushi, raw fish and rice and pilaf and all that. What, huh? Yeah. Yeah, they didn't have that before. So now Israelites converting to Jews to be Jews and Judaisms to get the benefits. Yeah, to get the benefits. You're like, nah, man.
They give you leeway to play games.
And you're playing around.
Yeah, keep leeway to play games.
And now you want to be a big shot because all the converts are big shots and got a lot to say now. And it don't come out of the law. That's my problem with Israel right now. I'm hearing mad Judaism all over the place. Everybody I listen to or check out Judaism, or they listening to some crazy renegade dude.
Every camp.
They listen, yo, Prince Yassi Yaakov, okay? At a camp. There was no Israel, this camp. It was one time, it was just one camp, okay? One camp, all right? And he had students in there that he taught these commandments. Everybody was not a good student. Everybody did not excel. Some took it and went and did their own thing with it. And that's the results you got here today. This is why you got Israelites, they all look different. They all eat different. All right? They all observe the Shabbat different. Okay? There are women, some of the women wear pants, some of them don't. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah.
Some of the men got hair, some of them don't. Right or wrong?
That's right.
Some Israelites follow the law. Yeah. And it's the leaders. It's the leaders holding their tongue back and not speaking the truth. Step on your toes, man. Make yourself stronger and tell the people what they're really doing is wrong. Step on your toes. Make yourself stronger. Tell the people that they're eating with the blood. By this time, 2023 going to 24, nobody should be eating with the blood. But you got guys coming up there saying it's okay. And you got people that want to hear it. He said, yeah, you got to watch out for that. Watch out for what you like to hear and what like to watch. Yeah, TV, everything. Conversations, everything. Songs. Hip-hop songs. All of it. Everything is corrupt and contaminated because there's nobody godly doing these things. Nobody godly make those songs. That's why we don't take hip-hop songs and hip-hop beats and spit lyrics about God over it. Does it sound correct?
No.
Huh?
They got gins on it.
And they got spirits that they put on these things before they put it out. Y'all don't even know.
Lil Uzi Vert said it. Tell him about Uzi Vert.
He said it. He said it. Look, that name alone is a short form of the word Lucifer. Yeah. And he said it. He said, all of y'all think y'all exempt? He said,
y'all keep saying I'm going to hell, right? He said, guess what? Y'all going along with me.
You're coming with me.
He said, you know why? He said, because y'all play my music in your house
every day. All you got to do is play it.
So y'all going along with me. And then the beat dropped, and the crowd went crazy.
So keep playing.
He said they're going to hell, bro. Yeah. And the beat dropped, and they went crazy.
Yo, they got a note called the devil's notes in music.
Man.
Wow.
All right? I heard about it before, didn't pay no attention to it. The son said, let me look it up and see what's up with this about. It's a certain note that's off key. That when you hear it, you go, oh man, that sounds like something. God, it sounds death, it sounds deadly. It's where they get the heavy metal sound from, where they get the gangster music and the drill. A lot of everything sounds demonic and spooky and killing and dark. That's the music we're listening to today. So sometimes I want to hear old music, happy music. Come on, man, turn this up to listen, man. Now, man, listen, man. I'm in a good mood. Yeah. Okay? This music here, and I'm a rapper. So when I hear a beat, it really does something to me. And I'll be like, damn, man, I don't want to hear this. I don't want to listen to this because I'm not going to kill nobody. All this do is just keep me going. I'm ready, and I'm not in my right head. Yo, even the music, it's a music called the Devil's Notes. And the man played it. And he said, look, this is a regular boom, 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 boom. And he said, sounds happy, right? I said, yeah. And he said, boom, 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 boom. He said, that's the devil's note. That off note, that off key note. He said, that's the devil's note. And artists have said that they have contacted Satan himself and gave them lyrics, beats. Look, Michael Jackson.
Michael Jackson said he goes to sleep and gets
Y'all think it's a game.
and gets the beat from the adversary.
Yes.
Wow. He said,
yes.
I forgot the name of the song. He said one time he went to sleep and the adversary gave him a beat. He didn't want it.
Billie Jean.
He didn't want it. No, I ain't talking about that one.
He gave him Billie
He
Jean.
gave him Billie Jean. But he said he didn't want the beat. A week later, Prince came out with the song with that beat that Michael Jackson got.
Who used to be head in music all the time? Those two.
Michael Jackson got a song like
Okay.
this. He didn't want it.
Okay.
He
Just
didn't
think about it.
So the adversary gave it to
Think
Prince.
about it. Look,
Michael
look.
Jackson said a week later, Prince came out with that same song.
Everybody in the world writes songs. Why you ain't got a hit? You wrote songs. Why you ain't got a hit? You wrote songs. Why you ain't got a hit? Has it been validated by those people and who they worship? It's I brought that up to show y'all this is in everything. Be aware. Be careful. Be circumspect. Don't be too quick to sing a song. Some of them are catchy, and that's it. Everything is to catch you. Why? Because we got evil in us. And it attracts the not good part of us. But it feels like it's right. That's the deceit in it. That's why they call him the great deceiver. He got you. He know how to get you. So, okay, boom. What you think is no harm is harm. What you think is not a law being broken, it is being broken. See, a lot of Israelites are going to tell you the real deal, man. Because they want your money, just like everybody else in their religion. It's in the book. You got dudes that go around saying they prophets, but they really were prophets for pay. All right? They did what we call today magic. Okay? Illusions. To make people think this came from God. God said, the prophet, he said, I'm going to let y'all know right now, this guy say he a prophet, he's going to speak in my name. He's going to say, thus saith the Lord. Right? He said, and whatever he say is going to happen, don't happen. Take him, put everybody in the city, take him and put him to death. Because when a prophet speak, a prophet of the Most High God speak, his words don't go short. Oh yeah, but God didn't say it. The prophet said it. But guess what? When the prophet said it, it's the same as if God said it. God put the stamp of approval on it. Yeah. What I was saying? Freestyle. So sometimes they freestyle because the situation, you know what? Because you said this, the Lord gonna do this to you and do that to you. He did that. Samuel did that. He said, "Oh, boom, you ripped God." He said, "The same way you just ripped my robe. That's the way the kingdom gonna get ripped from you. God gonna rip." That's I would say that's freestyle,
and it go down.
But whatever they're like. You see how all your cell phones, your frequencies go to the Wi-Fi, and the Wi-Fi go to the tower. God is the tower.
Yeah.
You don't want to get your frequency cut off. It says, abstain from strife, and thou shalt diminish thy sins. So you do have a way. There are a couple of keys here where you'll be able to shed off sins. That's one of them. Abstain from strife. All you got to do is just don't be so quick to get into it. Look. Not saying you got to walk around being a Vic. No, I'm talking about the strife amongst us. Right? And when you out there, it's wisdom to wink at ignorance. So there won't be strife. Because they don't know no better out there. And they never will. We got the brains. We know better. We are the ones tapped into the Most High. We the one with the power.
So quick to start strife.
Be easy.
So quick, man.
We have to. Sometimes we got to be the example. People come to us to solve problems out there too. You know that, right? Amongst the heathen, people come to us. Could they expect? They said, look. You know what? Let's go down the block to them because look, they're gonna be right about this. That's what they're expecting. Am I right or wrong?
Right.
That's when we make the Most High look bad, and that's when we make our parents look bad too. Time sheet. You get this, all of this, you get sent off you. All this, what we talking about? You have stand for strike. You do this. You observe Shabbat. You don't do this. You're not supposed to do this. You do this. All of these things will get rid of your sins. David didn't rise up on everybody that rose up against him.
No.
He had the power. His man is like this, salivating. Yo, I cut his head. You're like, no. Whoa. You gotta be, as we get older and as men serving God, you gotta know when to pop and when not to pop. You gotta know when to pop off and not to pop off, and who. Gotta be a little bit easier with each other here. Certain things I would never say to nobody here.
Yeah.
They get it on regular. I don't play out there. They say I'm mean and I'm cool. You know that? They told my homeboy, my boy the Shadow. They said, man, I'll speak to you because rebel. But you know what it is? I'm not mean and cruel. You can't come to me with no games. You can't come to me with no jokes. You can't come to me talking about another person. So I'm no fun. Good. I don't want y'all around me. I don't want nobody around me. I'm better. You better when you by yourself. You better when you by yourself. You could think about God when you by yourself. You ain't got this in your ear all the time. Trust me, experience. I'm telling you, I know what I'm talking about.
That's me. Go along, go
By yourself.
I'm good.
All of this, you could go ahead, man.
Look.
That's inside and out.
Won the hard way. Talking about.
Where we at, Kazak?
For a furious man will kill me strike.
He said, for a furious man will kindle strife. Furious dude, he mad. This guy mad all the time. You know what? Oscar the Grouch. Nobody stayed around that garbage can too long. They tried to talk to him, and he ended it. Big Bird walk away. Him and Snuffleup, they walk away. Nobody want to be around that all the time. Everybody in there happy. I come in the house. I come in here, and it's on Shabbat too now. The double whammy now. I come with an evil spirit on me on Shabbat. Come on. The Shabbat's supposed to be, if I have an evil spirit on me, I'm supposed to enjoy what I'm hearing. Enjoy what I'm hearing to make it good to my bones. That's what David meant. And when he hear it, it give him goose pimples. It get him excited. And he like, yeah, this is it. I know this is it. Nobody can tell me nothing. That's what I'm going to do. That's what it is. What I say? He said he used to hate when this day was over. This is the only time he was happy. He said, now everybody going home, everybody taking the kids. No, it's regular.
He said tonight, everybody
gonna be happy.
He said, me, that's my anger come.
He said, that's when I get tight. And I am a witness to that. He's a different man during the week. When this day comes, you think it's his birthday.
He made himself. I said he made himself.
You would think it's his birthday.
I said
that's how happy. Because look,
I said he made himself.
Nobody gets happier than on their birthday. I don't care about Xmas and none of them other days. Amongst all those heathen holidays, the birthday is the most fun because it's about you. And look, I watched him make himself get happier than that this day. And he wasn't like that. You know what he said he used to do? You know what he said he used to do? Break time. Come on, man. Let's go downstairs.
It's time to walk.
And walk. That's why I tell you guys don't go nowhere. I learned from experience. After a while, he said, yo, man, it's the last one Shabbat. He told us. He said, this is the last time we doing this walking stuff. He said, I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. He said, I had to keep it true of myself. He said, I was just trying to waste away time. He said, but instead of staying in my compound, all right, in the zone that we are in, stay in the compound, in the zone you in. Because then when you go outside, it's a different zone. You're not powerful enough. Take it from me. You're not powerful enough. Okay? This is one day. One day. You can stay separated for one day. It shouldn't, I mean, your yearning should be for here.
Think about it. One day.
One day.
Monkeys can't give up one day.
And look, and it's not even the whole 24,
man.
It was from 10, it's from 10, what time we start? 10:30?
One day.
10:30 to sundown. We can't control ourselves and our behavior, and our restlessness.
One day.
All of this we have to deal with. We have to deal with. Yo, and I watched the best do it. He said, yo, and he told us so that we can learn, all right, and learn how to deal with what we got going on here. But he said, yo, man, I had to conversate with myself and tell myself, yo, man, stop. Because you're trying to eat the shop out of the way and then go outside and get into stuff. Wind up getting into conversations. Oh, wow, look at her. Oh, wow. Hey, see? Gone already. That's why I don't come outside until sundown. I don't care who you think you are, how strong you are. It's not going to work. The rules are already set. We got to go by them because they work.
Right.
Time sheet.
For a furious man will kindle strife. A transgressful man disquieted friends, and they can debate among them that be at peace.
You got to watch guys like that, man. You got guys, transgressful dude. You know, this dude, he'll live anyhow, right? He'll stir up stuff between friends, man. You got people like that. They don't like to see that you cool with this dude, man. You know what I'm saying? Look, they don't like to see brothers like this. They don't like to see a father and his son like this. Y'all know that? People get mad when you honor your father and your mother. That's how evil this world is. Something wrong with you because you humble yourself to your father.
Right. Yeah.
Something is wrong with you today in this world when you humble yourself to your father and your mother, who God said for you to do it to. He didn't say do it to nobody else.
Yeah, man.
And that's why we go through what we go through. So we honor the wrong ones, fear the wrong ones, fear the wrong things, get happy on the wrong days. We're backwards. Come on. There has to be a time when you have to sell yourself. Nobody should have to come tell you at this point in your life. You tell yourself, all right, enough. All right, enough. That's it now. And that's it. It ain't hard to, when it's hard to flip open on for a person that just got here. Mm-hmm. Now people who've been here. There's no excuse. There's no excuse for me. There's no excuse for nobody else. There's no excuse. No excuse. Stop playing. Stop playing with yourself. Stop playing with God. Stop playing with these laws. Stop playing, man. Word, for real. Tell you.
As the matter of the fire is, so it burneth. And as a man's strength is, so is his wrath.
So, if I keep throwing wood in the fire, it's going to keep burning.
That's right.
We're going to look, the more wood I throw, the more hot it gets.
That's right.
Why am I going to keep throwing wood in this topic that is fiery? It's not a good topic. You understand what I'm saying? Why we have to learn to control our mouths. Sometimes you have to learn how to sit down, right? And keep your mouth shut.
Right.
Everybody ever tried that, man? After the break, sit down and keep your mouth shut. Try that sometime. Couple of Shabbats. We run our mouth too much on Shabbat. And it ain't about this. We run our mouth on Shabbat too much, and it's not about this. It's the problem I got with you, or the problem you got with me, or this, that, third, or something that was done here, and when the little things done here, oh, wait, Why are we so hostile? Where's the hostility coming from? Word. Time sheet.
And according to his riches, his anger riseth.
Oh, wow. See, the rich guy, nobody's pride is more higher than the rich guy. But the rich guy, when he talk, people be listening because he's rich. When the rich guy come through, everything he says is funny, and it's not because he's rich. When the rich guy come through, you get all the credit, not you. Why? Because he's rich. They'll remember you when you're rich. You ain't got nothing. They'll forget that you borrowed money from them. So, in other words, now you're poor. You was rich. I borrowed money from you, never paid back.
Yeah.
You poor. I'm definitely not paying back now. You see the mindset? You see? Do you see the mindset? That's today. That ain't even them. Ours is worse. The evil and the wickedness and what's in our heart is worse than what's here. Because some of them are straight up, yo, I hate you, man, and I can't wait to get my hands on you and kill you. We don't do that. We don't do that. I thought everything was cool.
Yeah.
This little thing, and wow, all this. How you really feel about that person?
Wow.
How you really feel about me? Let's not play no more games. If you really feel this way, be man, be a woman.
Keep it above.
Man up. Man up and jump out the
Keep
window.
it that way. Because you're not kids. They're not so right. The kids is watching. Oh, shoot. This is better than TV.
Man, I'm kidding yourself, man.
Hey, Ima, it's their eyes wide open and their ears open. And all we doing is teaching them our filthiness.
That's right.
Then when they do it, we want to beat them. See how backwards we are? We spread it, and they get mad at the stuff we spread. Time sheet.
The stronger they are which contend, the more they will be inflamed. And hasty contention kindleth fire. And then
You
hasty
know,
fighting
wrong and strong. The more I argue my wrong point, the more it's going to get heated and out of hand. And this is where insults, this is where grievous words, this is where a lot of these things come from.
Stirring up strife.
It stirs up strife.
Come on, man.
He said, man, don't stir up the pot, man. You stirring the pot. Because everything, all the heavy stuff at the bottom, we don't bring it back up. It's the one that you bringing all the burnt stuff. Now everything is burnt. You know what I'm saying? You know, sometimes you make soup and you go, oh wow, it's a little burnt at the bottom, but don't scrape the bottom. You take it, you pour it out, and that burnt stuff stay down here. We don't do that. We bring it up. We like this stuff, man. Y'all know Satan like that stuff. He likes chaos and disorder and hatred. Yeah. Stuff blowing up over here. This happening. This person dying. This person getting killed. He likes these things, especially amongst the people who say they're supposed to serve God. That's where he gonna be at most of the time. He ain't gonna be around the corner. He in here right now because he don't like what we're doing right now. We're not supposed to be doing. He don't want nobody in this world doing this. He said 21st century is his.
That's what he said.
You know that song? He got the whole world in his hands.
Sing that song.
Don't sing that song.
Sing that song.
As the devil's song. It's not about God. Witches made that song. Witches made London Bridges falling down. Witches made a lot of songs that are being sung to kids. Witches make songs out of their history and tell it to their children. This is where you get fairy tales and nursery rhymes. That's what it is. That's where you get nursery rhymes and Aesop's fables, Grimm's fables. Who is Grimm? Nobody named Grimm was a real author. Okay, that's who it is. Yes, that's exactly who it is. Just shorten it. And you think it's a guy named Grimm, but a lot of these things come from the one himself and his followers. It's okay, cool. We can't get people. Oh no, that's the devil. I ain't bowing down to him. Okay, we're gonna get you to bow down a different way. We're gonna get you to worship him in a different way, by proxy. You ain't gonna eat the swine. Okay, but look, sir, break it down.
Put it in a cookie.
And put it in a cookie.
Put it in a chip.
Put it in a cake that tastes good. And everybody that you see on commercial every day. That's how he gets you. Just giving you an example. This is how he works. And this is why God say don't do certain things, because you don't know when he's on you.
That's right.
You ain't gonna know until it's too late. But if you abstain and you stick to these commandments, right, and change these ways, see, he get to us through our ways. Through here and here. That's how he get us. You know, you can't come and slip talk nobody no more. Yeah, all right, I see you still over here with it, so I'm gonna come over there. Tell you.
And hasty contention kindleth a fire, and in hasty fighting sheddeth blood.
Quick to fight. Let y'all know something right now. When you ready to get into it, get ready to get hit too.
Yeah.
And my husband said, you can't come all head like a lettuce. You got to bring the other parts. Okay? And no, you got to bring it to come. You got to bring it. You got to bring it to get some. You want some? You got to bring yourself some. So don't be so hasty all the time.
Better slow your roll.
Slow down.
Better stay up top. Slow your
Some
roll.
people, you don't go that route with.
Slow your roll.
They're not going that route with you. And they're not going to allow you to go that route with them.
It's not happening, right?
Easy.
Slow your roll, boy.
Easy.
Slow your roll, boys.
Time sheet.
If thou blow the spark, it shall burn. If thou spit upon it, it shall be quenched.
Look, campfire. This is how you make a campfire. Right there by the dry leaves.
Yeah.
And after a while, you keep hitting it, keep doing that, you get a little smoke. That spark, that continuous spark, it starts to burn the dry leaves and dry threads. And then you start seeing smoke. Once you start seeing the smoke, you're gonna see a little smoke. Blow on it. Blow on it.
Yeah.
Give it more oxygen. And you know what you got? A campfire, a bonfire. And that's what we do. Situations, if you keep blowing on it, if you keep putting words to it, you keep answering it, it gets bigger. Time shoot.
And both these come out of thy mouth.
Two things come out of your mouth that you can declare with your speech. What are they?
Good meat.
Huh?
Good meat. Curse, if thou blow with the spark, it shall burn. If thou spit upon it, it shall be quenched. And both these come out of thy mouth.
These are the two things that come out. You can either stop it, stop the fire with your mouth, stop the contention or whatever's going on with your mouth, with the words that you're saying. You use words to stop it, or you use words to keep it going. Listen, you have the power to stop and start anything. You have that power. He said, the king had the power, right, to say if someone lives or dies. Right or wrong? You have that same power when it comes to matters and dealing with situations. You can either add to it or stop it. Time shit.
Curse the whisperer and the double tongue.
Curse the whisperer, man. Stop listening to whisperers, man. When the whisperer come to you and say he said it or she said it, come on, whisperer. Bring the whisperer with you. The whisperer comes like this. Yo, let nobody know I told you. I don't want to hear it. Because some things got to come out. Whoa, this is too weird. No. We got to see if this thing be true and deal with this.
Right.
Right or wrong?
Right.
But then I can't reveal who I got it from. I'm not a detective. I don't have snitches in my pocket. But you know, detective, are you a detective? I'm a detective. I'm not going to let you know who my snitches are. That's not here in Israel. That's not how it goes. Don't come to me with, see, that's the thing. The whisperer, if you got something and that person violated, it shouldn't be a whisper. It should be a rebuke Like that man said, go to that person, rebuke him. Now, if you don't receive it, he's a scorner, you go about your way, you're good. What he's doing ain't going to be on you. But the whispering comes in with other intents. Has nothing to do with God. Okay? That's our stuff. That's our evil intention, our schemes, and whatever I think about you, that whether it's true or not. That's where my head is at. My head ain't on God. My head is on your woman, your house, or what you do in the house. And I don't even be there. So how I know all these things? God ain't tell me nothing. A whisperer. 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 You see what the whisperer do? You see what the whisperer do?
Old and young.
And they don't want to be revealed. As soon as somebody come and say, yo, man, I'm going to tell you something, but you got to promise me. No, you ain't going to tell me nothing. What? I do it, and I've done it. And the person got mad at me. I didn't want to hear it. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine? I said, yo, I didn't want to hear it. You about to tell me something real bad about somebody that I might have to spill the beans on. It might be something that I have to say something. Or else it's on me if it be true. If it be true, and I don't know. So guess what? I think you should keep that to yourself. It's best you keep that to yourself. Or go to that person. Don't you just go to the person. Make everything easy. And go rebuke. If you're not going to rebuke, suffer the sin. But was it a violation or not? Against God. Most of the time it's not. Time sheet.
Curse the whisperer and the double tongue.
Double tongue.
Destroyed many that were at peace.
I tell you on one thing, now come over here and tell this guy another thing. I got him believing one thing about me, and you believing another thing about me. I say one thing and I do another. That's the double tongue. Okay? One person says something in the store to another person. Didn't know that person heard it. Person came back and said, what you say? What's up? Person ain't say nothing. Back down. He got scared. Person left. As soon as that person left, the mouth started going on. Yeah, I would have did this. I was going to do this with it. You a double tongue. You capping, boo-boo. Cap, all that is double tongue. Well, whatever's coming out here is not the truth. You understand that? It's double tongue. And that's why people whisper. That's why people gossip. They don't want justification if a wrong is done. They just want you to be on their side against
just
that
to
person.
be on their side against that person.
Time sheet.
Yeah.
A backbiting tongue have disquieted many.
So
Man, you busy talking about everybody. Yo, you disquieting a lot of people right now, man. You're disturbing my peace. It becomes to a point where it becomes disturbing. And I don't want to hear your voice. You see how I say God don't want to hear? I don't want to hear your voice. You're annoying.
Annoying.
You start like boom, 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 boom. So I don't want to see you. Oh, you know what? I'm going to get out of here. Now, when something go down, I don't have to be there.
You did the right thing.
Time sheet.
And driven them from nation to nation. Strong cities have they pulled down and overthrows the houses of great men. A backbiting tongue hath cast out victorious woman.
Backbiting tongue hath cast out virtuous woman. Talk about the woman. She ain't did it. She ain't lay with the man. But everybody's saying she lay with the man.
Yeah.
She a virtuous woman.
Yeah.
And you see what the backbiting tongues do.
Yeah.
And the backbiting, they backbite you in the whisper.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's in the text.
Yeah, that's the
And people have apps now,
That's the whisper.
right? So they have an app now, boy, so that when I text you something, just in case you want to keep that as proof, you ain't gonna be able to. Because whatever I send out is shut. Yeah. Because that's what we go, well, hold on. This, you said that, man. Look, I got the text, I screenshotted it. Look, right? Oh, yo, I took a picture of him. Look, I have proof. Because we have devices that can catch you, what you say and what you do. and hold it, and there's evidence. Now they got apps that can, that can claim you, and you can keep slipping and sliding. Everything's corrupt, y'all.
That's crazy.
Everything's corrupt. Yeah. A woman want to cheat. She can have a app in her phone, you won't know. She hitting the dude. It's a secret app. It's like a stash box in the car. Okay, you gotta turn the radio on, press 2 buttons, turn on the windshield wipers, and the box pop up. That's what they got in their phone now.
It's just the site.
It's just the same thing. No, it's you have apps and sites right there.
Just pull up the site.
They have hidden folders in there.
Right.
All right, I know what I'm talking about. I've been dealing with electronics before phones came up.
Yeah.
Way before phones came up. Way before Wi-Fi and all that. And I seen how it became corrupted. It was supposed to be a form of communication, and we are able to. Now, you in people's houses. You in people's houses, man. TikTok this, TikTok that. Walking down the street, every little girl. And he's taking the phone up, and he's like, they're doing all this. And they shaking their butts, and running their waist. Let's just see they go, that everybody gonna be whores. Next generation over, everybody gonna be whores. They're breeding whores. The men are already gone. Now they're working on the woman.
One day,
Look, whoever ain't gonna be whores out the woman are gonna be ready. They're gonna be like this. I said, what? We're in a cab. The woman told the cab driver, I'll get out this car and smack you. I didn't grow up in a world like that, y'all. This stuff is new to me. I hope to God no woman tell me that and walk up to me about she gonna smack me. I will go to jail. Ain't no place I ain't never been before. When I go there, I'll beat dudes up when I get there. You're not putting your hand up. A man ain't putting his hands on you. You ain't doing it. But this is the mentality now. They woo. And the man ain't even say nothing. I'm more upset than him. Right? You had to tell me shut up. Right or wrong, Iman? You just said, man, don't say nothing. I said, you know what? I hit the window thing and let the window come up. It's just me as a man. I can't. You have no reason to even come at him like that. And he's driving us. I'm protecting him. You're not. We no. But you see, everything's out of order. Everything's out of order. Beating up old people. Just walk up to the old man and smack him for no reason. Man, well, see, this happens amongst the people or person who have no laws of God and the ways of God in them. Like I was telling y'all last week, this is the society. This is a lawless society. They govern themselves, meaning they set their own laws. Okay? They don't go by these commandments. Okay? Yeah, the basics, stealing. Yeah, you go, yeah. Can't steal, still can't steal. You know why? Because nobody likes it. They're only going to take some of the things that, right? But then when the personal stuff, the stuff you like to do that you can't do, they're going to deal with that. So yeah, they're going to take the stealing. They're going to take perjury, that's lying. Still granted, certain things like that. Some shit.
A backbiting tongue hath cast out virtuous women and deprived them of their labors. Whoso hearkeneth unto it shall never find rest and never dwell quiet.
Whoever listens to gossip, talk, celebrity talk. Oh man, this one, what's this one? This rapper, what's what this is? And that excites and it becomes a whole. This is what you like.
Yeah.
It's a common thing. It ain't nothing. You hear about it, you hear it all. This is what you've been hearing. Ain't nothing new. You ain't tired of hearing about this? I don't want to know about them. What they do in their house.
Right.
It's too personal now, man. It's two persons. Okay?
Yeah.
He said, and I like to listen to lies. I like to listen to backbiting stories. I like to listen. He said, what it said? It said, a person who hearkens unto it, meaning I listened to it and I'm going by it now. Now I'm treating you like this now because of what he told
Because
me.
of what he told you.
And because of what this one. And then after a while, it becomes a joke. And it becomes a saying, and it ain't even true. Or you didn't rebuke the brother. But guess what? He rebuked himself. He don't need you.
Okay.
He looked at you guys and said, oh, you know what? Whew. Right? You still think it's the same way. Know why? Because you never rebuked him.
Okay.
So you still think he's doing these things or he's said. He been going to rebuke himself. You took too long to rebuke him.
Word.
You took too long. Sorry. It ain't a joke no more.
Word.
While you was laughing, he was correcting himself. You just didn't know because you was busy laughing and pointing the finger and listening to lies. Time sheet.
The stroke of the whip making marks in the flesh.
The stroke of the whip makes marks in the flesh. That's right. When you get whipped, when that thing hit that skin, you see the welts, you see the marks, right? He said, but the stroke of the tongue breaketh the bones. Guess what? That's why I'll go outside right now and get into something. Boom! I got rocks. Boom! Knock the tooth out. Okay, cool. I'm good with it. I'm still laughing. What did he say? What is that? What's that last part? The stroke of the tongue. Sometimes the person, see, but it's not just anybody can say anything to you. Somebody close to you will give you a lashing with the tongue. They will say something that they know you. They say something that they're trying to hurt you. They're trying to hurt your feelings. Saying this stuff. That's the only reason why, right? He said, so we're saying that hurts deeper than me breaking a bone. If that bone heals, sometimes that stuff you said or you did to me is never going to heal. David, and I was going to bring that chapter too, right? I'm going to it real quick, by verbatim. David got cursed out. What we would call cursed out today. Got called out his name. That's another thing you don't do to a man. Man to man, woman to man. Don't call a man certain things. You're not ready to go to death because certain men take it to heart. And the only way for you to prove what you're saying to me, we got to shake and die. We're going to die. One of us going to die. There are certain words you don't say to man, okay? Because I've done things to people with certain words. And men, and well, no, I'm going to get to the woman. Because you see, amongst men, right? Everybody want to pump their chests out against each other. If I'm not pumping out at you, you better not pump out at me.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
No mas.
I don't care if it's in, out,
I said no mas.
here, there, Israelite, heathen,
No
brother.
mas.
I don't care who it is.
No mas.
Because there's a line you can cross with men, and it will become deadly.
Yeah, no mas.
Or for it not to become deadly, because that's not my desire. And even though you got me feeling like this, what's going to happen? It makes me avoid you.
Separate. Two crimes.
Makes me avoid you. It's going or it's going to make you avoid me. This could go both ways. Okay? And in that avoidance, we miss out. We miss out. That's all I'm going to say.
Somebody going to miss out.
Somebody going to miss out. Because this scripture here, so it's either to get dealt with or it's going to be this. And in that separation, one or both, they're not on point. Going to miss out. That's his job. That's what he wants. So discord among the brethren.
Yeah.
But y'all see it? Talking about. He want that. So he said, okay, I can get to the most emotionally weak ones. Because he ain't coming at us like this. And yo, come here, you gonna serve me and not serve God no more. He not doing that. Tell you he ain't doing that. He make things happen because he know what's going on here too. He knows. He said, okay, all right, I see. I'm wickedness personified. I can see it in you. I know what you like to do, so that's how I'm gonna get you. Look, I really want to get over there and stop that going on over there. Now that you didn't do it, yo, I'm gonna aggravate you. That's what my father said. That's how you get down, right or wrong. Look, even if you get it off or not, he's still gonna do you wrong. That's how you get down. That's how you get down. Tongue sheet.
Many have fallen by the edge of the sword, but not so many as have fallen by the tongue.
A lot of people fell by the tongue. You can say some things to me. We're close. And there's love there. I can hurt you with words, and you can hurt me with words. Yeah. That's what you think insult is. What you think grievous words? He said he cursed me with grievous words. He said things that hurt me, that I didn't like, that I don't think was fair for him to bring up and say. And he couldn't get it. He said, but I already vowed, I already said. He didn't vow, he didn't say, I swear. He already said out his mouth, I ain't killing you. I'm not gonna kill you. You're good, don't worry about it. But it still bothered him. He still didn't like it. So he told his son, time passed, years passed, decades passed. You don't forgot the insult that he did that day. We forget the sins we do. And they pile up. You forgot what you did to this guy this day. I forgot what I said over here, there. And then the day of reckoning comes when they get this. Okay? Told him, look, I'm about to die. I'm about to go the way of all the earth. You know what that means? Everybody dies. Everybody go down in the ground. Good and bad people. The good and the bad, everybody go down. Their body goes 6 feet deep and your spirit goes deeper. But then when you get down there, according to these laws, have you been living? You get split. That's when the bad go this way and the good go that way. But everybody goes down. Everybody is going to bow. Every spirit going to bow. When you leave here, you're going to see God. You are going to see what God finally looks like.
Every knee shall bend.
You're going to bend. When you see him, ain't nobody there to say bend. You're going to see him and say, wow, it's God. And you're going to get down.
And every tongue shall swear.
And every tongue shall what?
And every tongue shall swear.
Okay. But I told
God
one
is
dude
God alone.
who was talking about trying to prove their God was God. I said, yo, you know what? You're going to find out.
Yeah.
When you turn back to this, come
Yeah.
all turn back to that.
Yeah.
Okay?
Everybody.
Oh, I'm mad handsome.
Fine, huh?
You mad pretty. All that goes away once you die. The body turns into a lump of garbage, of organic garbage when you die. But you, who you are, go somewhere else. Okay? Tongue sheet.
Well is he that is defended from it,
Uh-huh.
and hath not passed through the venom thereof, who hath not drawn the yoke thereof, nor has been bound in her bands.
Uh-huh.
For the yoke thereof is a yoke of iron, and the bands thereof are bands of brass. The death thereof is an evil death, the grave were better than it. They shall not have rule over them that fear hell, neither shall they be burned with the flame thereof.
Certain things ain't going to get to people or a person that serve God. Certain things are going to have none effect. Okay? Like witchcraft. Man said, look, man, there's millions of people coming out of Egypt. If they want to go to war against me, I'm dead. He was scared. He was scared to go to war with them because they would outnumber him. So he said, you know what? Go get me a wizard, a sorcerer. His name was Balaam. And he had the first college, any college of all. The first college period was a college of divination. Divination is the foretelling of future events about a person. Soothsaying. They call it soothsaying. Okay? You have different people do different things. People take up certain bones and rocks, throw them in the air. Wherever they fall, that's your destiny. Certain people read your palm. Certain people look in your eyes. Certain people look in water and they gaze in the water. And that's in the book. They used to do, that's an old ancient way of divination. Okay? Nebuchadnezzar used to divine. There was a king of Babylon named Nebuchadnezzar, and he used to divine. He used to try to see the future. And when he gazed in the water, one day he saw Jerusalem. God put that there. Do you know that? God, he's a heathen. He don't know about God. But in his divination, God put Jerusalem there and said, that's your next hit. That's what made him go hit Jerusalem. It's in the book, I read it. He said, he gazed in the water. Next thing you know, he's looking at the book of Jerusalem. And that's when his mind starts saying, yo, Jerusalem. Now, from that point on, back in Jerusalem at that same time, God is warning the people. He was warning them, and he was warning them. And at a point in time, he said, yo, Babylon is coming. They're on their way right now. They'll be here in a couple of months. But that's, Babylon is, ooh. You know what I'm saying? That's like you walking from Texas here or something. It's going to take a while. Mountain ranges, they got to go around rivers. You know? He said, but y'all have time to correct yourself before God so that God could turn them away. A good example, in the time of Hezekiah, King Hezekiah, the Assyrians besieged, they seized the city. They surrounded it, right? Good King Hezekiah. Good report with God. Good reputation. His reputation was good with God. So the people were saved because Hezekiah was a righteous king. So you know what God did? God caused. He said the angels came in the form of field mice. Field mice. Look. It's like getting bit from a rat. They can stand up on their hind legs. They're shorter. They look like meerkats, but they're small. Hundreds and thousands of them invaded the Assyrian war camp. Bit them up, killed them up. They died. He said the king of Syria had to get on his horse and go back to Nineveh. Ran them out. God ran them out. Because of, but you see, what made him start coming around, the king before him was doing wrong and had the people doing wrong. So that's why Babylon was coming. You see how God worked? Come, she.
Such as forsake El Israel shall fall into it.
Forsake means to forget. Forget means to leave alone. To stop the activity of. Okay? Time sheet. So it says, we'll read it again.
Such as forsake El shall fall into it, and it shall burn in them, and not be quenched. It shall be set upon them as a lion, and devour them as a leopard. Look that thou hedge thy possession about with thorns, and bind up thy silver and gold, and weigh thy words in the balance, and make a door in the bar for thy mouth.
Okay. Okay, go to Judges chapter 13. There were a lot of movies about Samson. There are a lot of movies about Moses. There's a lot of movies about Abraham. There's books, even comics. None of them are true. Every nation on this planet has their own version of the life of Moses. None of them are true. Okay? Every nation on this planet has their own version of the creation, of the flood. I could keep going on and on and on. None of it is true. God gave us. You know what one dude told me? I had two people in two different times in my life. One of them, regular eating dude, and another one is an officer. You know what they said? They said, yo, you Israelites? He said, you Israelites? Y'all know who everybody is. He said, that's the one thing everybody else says about us. He said, no. Why would the Israelites say, oh no, that people, they come from these people? Because we got the history of everything. We were told what was going on before God created anything. So what you read in here, this is what you need to believe. We watch movies and believe the movies. And it ain't even based on a true story. Okay? All right? When we was little kids, we wanted to be what? Iron Man, Superman, Spider-Man. Why I don't want to be David? Where that mentality went? You know what I'm still trying to be like now? You see where our pride got us? You see what this man? Time sheet. Hurry up. Read
The
that.
children of Israel did evil again in the sight of El Israel, and El Israel delivered them into the hand of the Philistines 40 years.
This before we had kings. There was a period of time where Israel was still young as a nation, but they kept going back and forth with God. 1 minute they good with him, next minute they not. Next minute they good, next minute they not. So this is what was going on in the book of the Judges. The reason why it's called Judges, because anytime God raised up a champion to save the people from their subjugation, because of their violations with God and their iniquities with God, that's the only thing that allowed the heathen to overrun you. Because you run with God. So you in the same boat with them. They could get you, you could get them. There's no hedges, no protection. So every time this happened, his spirit, God's spirit jumped on a certain man that was right, whose parents was right. Every judge, their parents and their parents, it was a line of righteous people. So how you have so many generations of lines of righteous people? One of those kids gonna come out extra special, right or wrong? Because you got a line of evil people. You got one that come out. He said this guy that came out was an evil seed, Antiochus. He was, these guys is all this, but this guy was extra evil. He put extra E on the evil. Same thing with the righteous. That's why you had guys like David pop out. All of a sudden, this guy pop out. Wow, he got a heart like God. Nobody had that type of heart. You know why I say that? There's certain things David let go, we wouldn't let go. David let it go. You know why? He only let go the violations of his people. When it came to the heathen, he killed them. Read and see who he showed mercy to, who deserved it, who he showed Shimei. Shimei was Israelite. That's just one example. Tell you.
And there was a certain man of Zorah, namely the Danites, whose name was Manoah, and his wife was barren and bare not.
All right, so you got 12 tribes. One of the tribes is Dan, right? So Samson came out of the tribe of Dan, all right? Because his father, right, his name was Manoah, and he was out of the family of Zorah, which is out of one of the families of Dan. Tom sheet.
And the angel of El appeared unto the woman and said unto her.
An angel appeared to the woman, okay?
Right.
All right? He didn't appear as a baby, Cupid. No such thing. Man, look, I can't even tell you about Cupid. I gotta wait till tonight to tell y'all what Cupid is about. It's a lot of unholy things, all right? He appeared unto the woman and said unto her, behold, now thou art barren. Barren means she can't bear. No, she can't bear. She don't have anything in here. Barren, her womb is shut. He said, your womb is shut. He said, and bearest not. You can't bear a child. He said, but thou shalt conceive and bear a son. He said, even though you can't have kids, he said, you will have a son. Okay, straight up. You're going to have one. Time sheet.
Now therefore beware, I pray thee. And drink
He said, now beware. Be careful of. He said, please. When they said, I pray thee, he's like, please, I beg of you, right? There's certain rules that's going to come with this son, you guys. This one is going to be different. Notice how God gave these women that were barren a special man-child that were godly. Samuel's mother. Look at Samuel's mom, man. Look at Isaac. These dudes was extraordinary, godly, man. Flawless. Isaac was flawless. He didn't sin. It said Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob did not sin. Watch your mouth. They didn't sin. God said they didn't sin, and godly men said they didn't sin. Then they not the patriarchs. They not the trendsetters if they sin. Look unto them, that's the example. Look unto Abraham and look unto Sarah for the woman. Look. However they thought, the word they used, everything. You can follow that. That's the guy said, God said, follow him. He said, know why? Because he said it all. Before David, before Moses, all of them came from them. All the righteous seed. He said, yo, man, I ain't going to just stop with you. You're a good dude, man. You got perfect with me. He says, you know what, man? You're going to have many nations, but I'm going to make a certain nation that's going to be right like you. And that's where Israel come out of. Tongue shoot.
Therefore beware, I pray thee. Drink not wine nor strong
Don't drink no wine.
and eat not any unclean thing.
Look. She can't drink while she's pregnant. And that's another thing. When women are pregnant, there's certain things you should not eat or drink or wash. Okay? Certain things you gotta fall back on. Because it comes out in the child. Everything, your thoughts is more because you have a human being growing in you. You have one like yourself growing in you. God has his hands in there forming you. The order of his command of creation is working while you walking around pregnant. Do you know that? That's beautiful, man. But now see this guy here. You can't drink wine. Strong drink is liquor, real liquor, not what we drink. Okay? Yeah, corn liquor. Yeah, from corn. They used to make liquor from corn, what we call corn liquor. That's liquor, like moonshine. When you smell it, make you cough. That's strong drink. He said, and eat not any unclean thing. She can't drink or eat anything unclean, right? He said, for lo,
Thou shalt conceive and bear a son, and no razor shall come on his head.
See, man, what we said, they didn't need devices and gadgets. He said, you were about to have a son. She ain't even pregnant yet. Sarah wasn't even pregnant yet. And Isaac had a name. God said, yo, and call his name Yitzchak, which means laughter, humorous. He said, because your wife laughed. Those were good things, man. Because she was shocked that her husband would go in the bedroom. After a certain time, love supersedes sex. Love outlasts sex. All right? I can say that. All right? Because once you're with your woman, you're with your man, y'all together for years, y'all got kids, the kids grown up. She hit menopause. You know what I'm saying? You chilling. Y'all ain't gotta be in the same bed all up, opening each other's face every day. That's why everybody argue all the time. We're too familiar. You want me under you all the time, baby? I want you to miss me. That's why I used to tell my woman, why you ain't come home today? I want you to miss me. I'm right here by my mommy. I'm by my mother's. Stop having crazy thoughts in your head. See, that's what got you going crazy. I'm by my mother. Look, yeah. Look, how many times? Look, yeah. Look, yeah, that's it. See, I'm right here by my mother. Go to sleep. But it's the permission close. It's a thing in society. We sleep in the same bed. They didn't sleep in the same bed. They had different tents. All the ancient world, even the Assyrians, the Egyptians, the Hebrews, these guys, the Moabites, the good guys, the bad guys, the evil guys, the righteous guys. every man lived in his own tent, in his own tent. And she had hers, and she had an extra one for her separation when she was on her period. Do y'all see how this is family structure, y'all? Okay? That's how it was. So the familiarity wasn't there like that to breed contempt. Familiarity breeds contempt. You're too familiar with me, so now you think you can just say what you want to. You're too familiar with me, so now you think you can just do how you want to. And sometimes I gotta give you a rude awakening. So you know what we say? We say, you know what? I gotta cut the familiarity. Right? You heard people say that?
Yeah.
Now, God tells man, if she don't go the way you desire, he said the first thing before you write anything, you gotta stop having sex with her. Because that's the bond, that's the tie-in that keep her out there. And she's like, nah, but look, I'll give myself to him. So it's gonna be kind of hard for him to just shoo me away like that. But if I stop, we got a problem. She's gonna get frustrated. She's gonna get bent out of shape because this is not the usual. And then comes the paperwork. That shows that you mean business. But if you keep going into her, it ain't over. Just like y'all know. It ain't over. You can't play games with the marriage and the divorce thing either. There are laws for that.
That's right.
Hey, the man has to have his own house first. Before we start talking about marriage and divorce, I can't take her and bring her in my grandma's basement. To do these commandments, first of all, it's a male-orientated nation,
Right.
meaning the commands come from the men. The men are the one who set up the order. We set up the teachers. We set up this. We set up this. We set up the roads. We set up everything. We set up the house. And then, Mama, you run that house for me. All my money going over there. Kill a dragon. Get paid for it. Here, Bobby. I'll see you in another year. I'll go out there. That's what they was doing. They didn't have jobs. You ain't seeing your man every day. Nobody saw their husband every day. What you said, resource?
That's right.
I gotta go find it. I gotta go find the resource. I gotta go hunt the resource. I gotta go to war. Some men go to war for pay, mercenaries. Give me one more.
For the child shall be a Nazarite unto El from the womb. He shall be fit to deliver Israel out of the hand of the
That's who the Nazarite is. That's the verse I wanted to get to. All right?
real Nazarite.
I'm talking about J.C. Jacob Nazarite. He's not no Nazarite. Only one Nazarite I hear here, and he was Samson. He's the only Nazarite. Okay? And there was a law. God mentioned the laws for the Nazarite in the law hundreds of years before he was born. And we only had one Nazarite. And that was Samson.
Nazarite don't comb their hair.
Okay?
Jake got his hair combed.
All right?
Yeah. How you Nazarite, Jake? You comb your hair.
Samson had locks.
Yeah. Come on.
His hair wasn't straight.
Yeah.
He had locks. He had nappy hair.
Yeah, it's not bad, but straight. He's locked up.
It was two different people. Shalom alaikum.
Oh my God. What is the thing? What is that box? That's all good.